Okay, please take those out of here. They're loud.
Okay, we've got
Oh,
All
we're
right.
on.
Hello, everyone.
a lot of people in here today.
Hello, Dawn. Hello, Mary Paige. Thank you for coming up with us.
Hey,
Hello,
guys.
Alex.
Alex.
Hope everyone is
Oh, it's so
doing
nice
well.
to see you, Alex.
I know he's been
Always
very
thrilled to
busy
have Alex in
lately.
the house. And Dawn.
You're right, Alex. She does.
That's my role here. Oh my goodness. How's everybody doing tonight? Like I said, oh hey aquarium nerd. I think my chat
Aquarium nerd is there.
Oh my goodness. So
doing pretty good. Just finally relaxing from the heat today.
oh my goodness, it was hot. That's for sure. Somebody just brought in a bag of pork rinds. Like that is too loud to have on a string. Gotta put that out of here right now. Hey Lori.
Thank you so much for coming up.
Hi, Lori.
I do appreciate it.
Hi, Mike's Aquatics and things.
Hello, Lori. Been a while. Hello, Monster Fish Down. Been a little while. Nice seeing you. I know we did go a little bit late, so I get it. But it is very nice seeing you. And I'm sorry. Hope you guys can all hear me. I have a very janky setup right now. So my apologies.
It's actually coming through pretty good, Kevin. We can hear you real well. Or I can at least.
And it actually does seem to be pretty close in sync with the video, so that's not too bad either.
Yeah,
okay,
it looks
good.
Looks and sounds good.
Hi, Lori. Oh, I've been gone for 3 or 4 days, and my cat is on my lap doing the needy, love you, mommy, and so if I scream out, it's because she went a little too deep with the claws.
Oh, it happens here too. These kittens, like that one just fell off the thing right there, but I've got 4 of these little guys.
Oh, how adorable.
They are just
that looks
everywhere.
Like a baby of my little Misty who's on my lap.
They're little bobtails, and they're in the bed with the chihuahuas here, and the chihuahuas are like trying to keep them at bay.
Hi, Danny.
Hey, Danny.
Hello.
I think there was somebody streaming for a little while, so hopefully people will start filtering over here to us. It's the first time I've got to come up and hang out with you all, and I really appreciate y'all inviting me. I've been packing and moving and getting everything together. Like I was telling last night, I was talking about I'm trying to make my fish room portable, I guess is the best way to put it. So I bought like some of those little USB air pumps, and I'm just going to take tubs and put all my fish in the tubs and just basically take them with me during all this traveling until we get a home that we can get set up in. So it should be pretty interesting. It's going to be the hobo fish room.
Patty says Corey Hart sucked. Griffin's Fish Room says hello.
Shanna.
503 Aquatics sends a heart.
Hello, Cody-san.
Diego.
Hello, Griffin. Hello, Patty.
Yeah, I guess Griffin was streaming, so he just tied up, so people will be heading over. Okay, I understand. You need upside down girl.
I kind of feel like I've been out of the loop for about 2 weeks, so I'm kind of interested in knowing what you guys have been up to. You know, like I'm looking at your beautiful tank right there, and I know Kevin's been traveling and went to Hawaii for a week.
Yes,
So,
he did.
Yeah, poor me was in Hawaii.
hey, T-Bone.
Yeah, poor him was in Hawaii and saying he couldn't find anything beautiful to look at the beach.
Oh, my goodness, Kevin.
That's not totally true. I said that it was hard for me to see the fish because there aren't as many fish right as there were before,
Yeah.
and so it's that easy to see the fish nowadays.
Now, in Hawaii,
Yeah, and none of the girls were wearing pretty bikinis.
right.
Hey, we won't talk about that one.
We won't talk about that one.
You know,
Hey,
Kevin, as somebody is visually impaired, people won't know if you're staring or not.
right. So
So
you've
you
got like
can get
a
away with it.
exactly
People still think I'm staring regardless.
Well, if you have Fender with you, they won't.
right.
That
Well,
is
if y'all
very
see,
true. But
hey
we won't
S,
tell them that, shall we?
I see Roxanne's in the chat, and if y'all don't mind me doing a little shout out to Roxanne, her
No
brother,
worries.
yeah, her brother was in a. We won't get into all the details, but he had a bad accident. So any
Oh,
well wishes, good vibes, prayers, or thoughts that you could send to Roxanne and her
oh,
family.
Roxanne,
Yes,
yes, our
her
thoughts
brother
and prayers
Mikey.
are with you and your brother.
Yes.
Yeah, I had a medical scare with my mother this week.
Oh goodness.
I got a call on Monday from my sister. It was my mother's birthday, and my mother hadn't returned a phone call for a couple of days. So she tried to have me call, and she didn't return my call either. They ended up sending the police over to the house,
Oh
and it
goodness.
turns out my mother had been on the floor for 5 days.
Oh my goodness.
Um,
I'm so
so she
sorry
was
to hear that.
dehydrated. They think she may have had a heart attack,
Bless
but
her.
they can't check to see if she had the heart attack until they get
Yeah,
everything else taken
yeah,
care
just
of.
traumatized. Oh my goodness. Well,
Hello,
our thoughts and
Skipper.
prayers go out
But
to your mom.
she is stable and she's recovering.
That's good to know. And I know that had to just scare you to death. So,
Oh, yes.
hey, Skippers. There's Thomas.
Hi,
Hey,
Skipper.
Let's see if I hit the
I didn't
like.
see.
I don't get to see Skipper very often.
I know. I
Somehow or
love
another,
her.
our schedules never seem to come up at the same times.
Yeah, he's
Hi,
been, I know he's
T-Bone.
busy working. And so,
Hope you're well, Cody son.
oh, love you, Roxanne.
Yep. Hope you're doing well.
Thank you, Roxanne. Prayers for your brother and for the family to help you all get through it.
Yes. I'm just glad that, somebody finally, she was found. That's just
Yeah,
terrible.
thank goodness it was her birthday.
Yeah. So people would be calling and checking. Speaking of days, I hope everybody's had a good Father's Day today. I know
Yes,
we
happy
celebrate
Father's
it
Day,
here.
everyone.
I don't think Australia celebrates it, or I don't know about the UK.
Oh, I never thought about whether or not it's an international holiday or not.
Like, I wished a happy Father's Day to Blake from Blake's Aquatics, and he was laughing. He was like, I didn't want to burst your bubble, but it's not Father's Day here.
Good night, Skipper.
Good
Thank you
night.
for stopping by.
Thanks, Skipper.
Even if we don't see you, we still love you.
That's right. It does seem weird, though, if you miss like a couple of weeks or a couple of months, just hanging out in chats and stuff. It just feels like you get like left behind. Not that
Yeah.
you're forgotten anything like that, but so much happens in between time.
Well, that and everybody's checking up, making sure that you're still alive.
Right.
Natural
Hey,
Aquarium says they hate fathers down under.
of natural aquariums. Um, so Mary
Hi,
Paige,
Deborah.
do you mind telling us a little bit about some background?
Yes, and a lot of people have heard my story, but um, I've been out of the aquarium hobby for several years, and I did keep discus and cichlids in my past. I worked at a pet store. I'm a dog groomer, and I was a veterinary technician. So I've always had, different fish and different animals. Um, I did have some medical problems and things I went through, so I had gotten out of the hobby for a while. And I had never kept bettas before, and I didn't have much room where I'm living right now to keep this is the biggest fish tank I have in here. And I decided to start keeping bettas because it was kind of the thing that I could make some smaller spaces and I could keep a couple of fish I loved. But now what I've learned about bettas though is they've just taken over my life now. I've got the multi-tank betta syndrome. Right. But
I've got MTS
they
back, you know.
Yes, so do I. I started the year with 3 tanks. I now have 23.
hey, I'm heading that way.
And early July.
I'm going to do my best to not buy any new tanks in July.
Good luck.
Good luck. Let me know how it goes, Jen.
No promises.
It's like right now, I know I don't have any place to put any tanks, and I'm still buying stuff. Like I've got 2 Blue Ball specs here I found on Marketplace. I have a 33-gallon, I have a 15-gallon long, and I've got a 55-gallon that I'm determined I'm going to keep some kind of large, maybe South American cichlid in it. If it's big enough, I want to make sure it's got enough room for whatever I keep. But yeah, they are, Danny. But bettas have just really reunited my love for this hobby. I started researching bettas and I found all these great channels on planted tanks. I was just talking about this last night with me and Cassie B. And it became almost like I forgot about fish keeping for a while. I just wanted to learn how to have, just like your tank there that we're looking at, I just wanted to learn how to keep a planted tank that once you establish a good tank with the plants and everything balances out, you can basically keep, a lot of fish, a lot of different fish. Right. And it's amazing when you have like this tank behind me, it's got a couple of bettas in it. It has some white skirt tetras, a bristle nose, just some different fish. But if I took those fish out of there, I could get some really fancy fish and put in there, and they would be happy because the tank has gotten established.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so that's the first thing I didn't learn around in the hobby the first time. I didn't learn how to do that kind of tank. I was still just plain old gravel and plastic plants and the old, what do you call them, the fluorescent lights that we put on them that wouldn't grow anything. And I think that LEDs coming into the hobby has changed the whole ball game for a lot of us.
Oh, yes, it has.
Yes.
But that also comes with a lot of problems because people don't realize how strong those lights really are.
It doesn't take much at all. I have some of those little kid aquariums, like the little 5-gallon aquariums, or that just has
Yeah,
the
I have the
internal filter.
3.5-gallon ones.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
if you don't have much space either, it is really good to have bettas because, you don't need huge tanks.
Right. And if you research bettas, if you get on YouTube and start researching bettas, the algorithm will lead you into so many other channels and so much other stuff. And you just get, I don't know, it got me excited about the hobby again. Like I started meeting people, and then when I'd chat with them, like in comments, and they talk back to me, I was like, wow, this is really cool. So it's really led to a lot of friendships and just getting to learn every day.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I like. Even if it's not a fish that I'm interested
Mhm.
in keeping, I want to learn about it.
Right. And that's kind of where I am now. I'm just kind of hanging around with everybody, enjoying what.
Gloria, 99, hi.
Gloria.
It's been great over the past year just learning about so many different fish because I feel kind of silly because when I was in the hobby before, I wasn't like on the internet. The only experience I had was going into the actual fish store that some people owned, that I did some grooming with. I never had this resource of YouTube where you could learn about, and so many incredible fish keepers that know what they're talking about. So even if I can't retain all the information I need to, I know who to go to. I know who to talk to and learn and who I can ask questions from. And I think that's really a great thing.
Definitely.
Yeah, years ago when I first started keeping fish, more than 25 years ago,
Yeah. That's how it is for
um,
me too.
there was a online fish community that I was part of called petfish.net.
Uh-huh.
Um, and it was nice for a little while because you could get information, but then it got a lot like Facebook, where it was just a lot of infighting between people about the
Yeah.
different methods. And
That
then
that's heartbreaking to
when
me
I
it is.
really decided this time around to have more than one tank and spread out into different fish that I hadn't kept, I started doing more research, and it all seemed to point me towards YouTube.
Yeah.
Well,
Same
when I
here.
started really listening to people's streams, it's like, oh wow, there is so much
Right.
information.
And then you join into like live chats where people are just hanging out all day. I'll leave my TV on
My
all day
favorite.
long and just listen. And even if y'all think I'm not there, I'm usually there listening. But it's like I pick up more information and more. I may not have the experience yet with doing whatever, but when that problem arises or I want to keep a different kind of fish or set up a different tank, it's like that
But
stuff
there's
starts coming back to me. You start thinking about, oh yeah, so and so told me his experience and da da da. And then, she told
but
me
there
her
are
experience.
so many there there are so many different people in the hobby and that do so many different things. You can find out so much
Right.
info.
And
But
even
that's
something
one of the
not,
reasons that I like the YouTube community, because while there are so many different ways of doing it,
hmm
there, in general, there's not somebody who's saying, "Oh, you do it that way, that's
yeah,
wrong."
right. I know Cassie and I were talking last night about the betta police and how
Yeah.
they love to slam somebody that has a small betta bowl. Now, as a betta keeper, I admit when I first started keeping them, I thought it was okay to keep them, and it is, a 2 to 3 gallon tank. There's nothing wrong with that. But once you get to know the fish, you start seeing that they enjoy a bigger tank. You put them in a 5 gallon tank or a 10 gallon tank, they start exploring, they start picking around. They're really interesting fish. They're not, you put your hand in the tank and they like get in your hand and swim around in your hand. They're very personable. And that's what made me fall in love with them. And you could do that with a lot of
Hello,
different
Dana.
fish. Yeah, but
Now,
bettas are
I
just
found though that not all bettas are like that.
right. It's
Um,
not all of them.
I had a few bettas that really did not like the 10-gallon tanks. They liked the smaller
They like the
tanks.
smaller ones, right? I know what you're saying there. My
And, I put them in the 3.5s, and they're
and they were
so
happy.
happy.
See, my first one that brought me into the community was just a paradise betta from, PetSmart or whatever. And I had one of the little 3 gallon kits and I modified my filters so it didn't cause too much surface agitation or, too
Hmm.
much flow. And he loved that tank. I had some wasser tang in it and he would just hang out in that all day long. But if I put him into a bigger tank, he would get uncomfortable and just hide. He wouldn't come out at all. Then, like, I've got these fish back here, and they just run the show. You know, they're all over the place. So it does depend on the fish. And that's what I think a lot of people forget about is really watching your fish. Watch the behaviors your fish is displaying and work from there. That's part of the fish keeping. That's what's
Yeah.
fun.
And I know so many people who buy these very expensive plecos, and
Oh
then they
yeah.
complain that they never get to see them. And it's like, they're a pleco, they're nocturnal. But I want to see it. Well, it doesn't want to be seen.
Yeah.
You
Oh, look, you
know,
got the
if you
baby
want to
back there
see
by
it,
your
you need
tail.
to be looking in the tank when it's dark, and it'll come right up to the glass.
Oh yeah.
Leave the lights off. You'll see your fish.
And that's my issue with the loaches, the coolie
Oh
loaches.
yeah.
And I didn't even I've
Hi,
had them
John
for
Larson.
2 years. I had them for 2 years, and I thought they were dead because I never see them until I caught one of them.
Yeah.
Then I saw most of them, but like I didn't even know I had them still because they're nocturnal.
Did they say to
They don't
you?
come out. They're hiding all the time.
We've got a little bit of a conversation going on here with T-Bone Fish's Natural Aquarium and Danny Weshy.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
They are all
On the hard.
trying to get into the dynamics of hard and soft water for
Yeah.
bettas.
That's
What
always a
kind
good.
of water do you have where you are?
Now where I am, I can't tell you my TDS or anything like that, but like, you know, on the test strips or whatever, it's like about a 7.0 for pH, and it is a little more on the harder side for. But now I also put in like the catawba leaves and stuff like that. I add that to my fish tanks, so it ends up running. Well, I take that back. It's about a 7.5, and then I'll put my catawba. Is that right? Catawba leaves. I put them in there, and it'll drop it down to like a 7.0, and that seems to be a good happy medium for your average betta. You know, if you're picking up one at the local pet store or stuff like that, it seems to be really good. And I just have my water is a little slightly harder. Now, when I get back to Kentucky, we have really hard water because we have a well and it runs through limestone. So it's going to be a little different. Probably be perfect for guppies, from what I understand.
Yeah. Roundhouse just came up with an
Yeah.
interesting fact that isn't fish related. Um, there was a star that went out 200 days ago, and it
Oh, what?
just blinked back on. So it had to have been blocked by a good sized something
Oh,
for
yeah.
it to have been blocked for that long.
That's interesting. Right on, Lori. Talking about the fish family's kindness.
Yes,
Total
Loria,
dissolved.
you're correct. TDS is total dissolved solids.
Yes. And see,
Maybe
that's
some
one
of
of
the
the
stuff is
reasons. That's kind of one of the reasons I haven't got any farther in keeping fish right now, because I really didn't have the time to figure out or change water parameters, you know, to match specific fish. Like I've been wanting
Oh,
to keep discus
yeah.
again forever,
Well, you really
I
shouldn't.
but discus has changed.
want to get a RO unit, but yeah, that's one of the
Hmm.
things. You have to play around with the water.
Yeah.
Like, although my TDS is like 33, which is crazy. So it would be great for discus or
Right.
carabiner.
Now, how many aquariums do you have now, Kevin? What?
That 7 and 4 more that are on the floor that are killing me.
All right. And do I see you have two dogs now? Or was there just one? Was there
Yes,
two?
he does have two now.
Okay.
Oh,
There. Oh, hey, beautiful. Are they both service dogs?
Yes, T-Bone, there is a TDS meter that you can buy. I just got one for like $20.
Yeah, and
Hello,
they're, I was gonna
BJ.
say, they're not very
Thunder
expensive.
is Kelly's 9. So
Right,
she's
Alex.
she's very lazy. She's like, I want to relax.
They are just.
He says, my vest is off. I'm off duty. I'm taking a nap. Hi, Big
Oh,
J's Fish Keeping.
Big J's and I didn't. I think I said hi roundhouse. There's Kenny and Danny, Danican Aquatics.
Ah, Kenny. Hi, Kenny.
Now there's the man that can talk. Him and
The
Alex.
what's up, I think, is a pretty good indication that it's Kenny.
Yeah, and we always know when he says, what up, fish people, it's Kenny
Right.
and not Danny.
Okay, so Mary, just in curiosity, how long have you been keeping fish for?
I've been keeping fish on and off since I was 24 years old, so I'm 53 now. So 30,
Okay.
31 years. I mean, like I kept them and then, I just had a big break and then I came back into it. So
Yeah,
it's been a
happy
while.
Father's Day, everyone.
And that's weird because I want to, in my mind, I just want to say I haven't kept fish for a long time, but I really have. And I know more than what I give myself credit for. But as I was saying before, a lot of things I won't, if it's my fish and doing what I do, I can usually figure out problem solving and what to do. But like people like Alex, for example, or Kenny and all these people that can just talk, about everything, water parameters and specific things, it just absolutely fascinates me. And I love listening to it.
Yep. But I definitely agree with never chase water parameters if you can help it,
Yeah,
because
to suit the fish. Like that was what
most
got
of the
me.
fish that you buy, unless you're buying from overseas,
Mm-hmm.
they're
Hey, Jess.
tank raised in our water. So
Exactly.
when people say, oh, well, they need this kind of water, they need that kind of water, if they came from the wild, yes, they did.
Right.
But if they were bred in a tank, they don't need that anymore.
And I ran into that problem for a little while getting I think it was Danny that said something about the bettas, getting cancers and stuff
Hey,
like that.
Jess.
I had that problem when I first came into the community, and a lot of people remember it. But I had a beautiful betta that ended up having a tumor on his head, and I went everything. I did. I went in and took it off. I removed it. I or is it aspirated when you like cut it to make sure there's no fluid or whatever in it. I did all that stuff. And he lived to be almost 2.5 years old, but he was an import. It was a different situation with him. I see Jess came in. Hello. The fish, as you
Hi,
said,
Jess.
keeping it's just like discus right now, how everybody's are getting people are getting discus from people that are raising them in our regular water now. Because back when I kept them before, I got like Jack Watley discus and they had to have specific water parameters. I had to
Oh,
run
yes.
specific filtration. Thank you. And it was a lot of work. Uh-oh, my lights are going out.
Hi, Jay Oliver.
Hey,
Hello, Jay
John.
Oliver. Oh, wow. Yeah,
Oh,
my internet is really bad right now.
we can hear you though. You're doing good
That
that
is
way.
good.
Now, Jess sent me the first fish that I've had in a long time that were different, than my bettas and everything is my tub. And Jess sent me the most amazing bunch of guppies for my tub. And when I got them, it was just like a couple of weeks ago. I really did not think we were actually moving. I thought my daughter was just pulling my leg, that it would be 6 months before we moved. And I went ahead and got these guppies from Jess, and I've got them converted over. They're having babies in the tank, and I'm really excited about them. But then my daughter came back and said, "No, Mom, we're moving at the end of the month." And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, are you serious?" So
Number 53 of what, Kenny?
on 53, on the countdown.
Oh, wow.
Are we already at 53?
That's what I'm thinking. We're already at 53? Dang.
You know what? That's right, Roundhouse. He said not many people in the fish fam was fish heads back in the 80s, 90s, and before. Exactly. You were kind of like a group of people that kind of, you couldn't just like coming on here and talking to people with aquariums. We didn't have that back then. You might go to the pet store and you might meet somebody that had an aquarium and maybe talk to them there. But as far as just being able to jump on here, and like the other day I got on Terry's stream, and I've got a betta that's I haven't quite figured it out yet. We thought maybe it was swim bladder, but I don't think it is. I think she's got scoliosis and she's not able to swim. Like as she's matured, she's starting to curve down.
Getting the
And
bench
like,
fine.
she looks like a mud skipper, to be honest with you. The way she and I keep the tank real low, and I've got some wasser tang in there or some wasser tongue, if I said that right. Alex, you can correct me. But it's got, and I don't have any flow in it. But I was, before you had a fish like having trouble like that, and you didn't have anybody to talk to about it. It was just one of those things, it's a bad fish, it's a sick fish, and you didn't have anybody until it was too late. But on here, like we can see things happening to our fish, like my fish is swimming wonky, or my fish has got poop trailing out from behind it for 2 inches behind it. There's people here that can, when you're a beginner, that can help you be like, you've got parasites, you've got this, you've got that. I never knew about planaria. The first live stream I ever got on was LRBs. And there was a big running joke about who in the chat was going to ask the dreaded planaria question. Because I guess every chat, somebody did it. And it kind of embarrassed me because the first thing I asked was, I've got some worms in my substrate. What do I do? They look like leeches. And they literally laughed like it was just a running joke. Uh-oh, here we go. Here's the planaria question. Not being mean or anything, but it was just like, I didn't realize that was a common thing, when I first saw it. I thought, oh my gosh, I've got something going on.
I think everyone, the first time they see planaria in their tank, freaks out. Oh my God, there's worms all over the place. What the heck happened? How did they get in there?
I didn't know what the heck was going on. John, you've been keeping fish since 69. I was born in 67. No way.
Well, I started much later than that. I started in, I think it was 89.
Uh-huh.
But I only kept a few fish back then. I actually got into the hobby because my brother had bala sharks.
Oh, really? Yeah.
And he had like 4 or 5 of them in a tank, and it got wiped out by ick.
Oh, goodness.
And he had a new baby come into the house, and he knew he wasn't going to have the time or money to deal with it. So I got a 30-gallon setup, all to, stand and everything, for nothing.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I'll start keeping fish. And it's just snowballed from there.
And you know what bala sharks are like, except for how big they get. But as far as keeping them as a beginner fish keeper, they are really cool fish. You know, they get big and they're fun and they're easy, and a lot of them will live through. They're pretty hardy. They're really hardy. If you find what,
Yeah,
Danica?
that's a good piece of advice there, Kenny.
I know when we get down, Kenny. That I told him before his Danikin's 100 countdown. That was brilliant. It really was. But now when the 100's over, then we want to see a countdown of the 40 that didn't get picked for the 100 list. Okay, go back in there. Oh, sorry guys. I'll hold on just a second.
Yeah, the first ever experience I can remember with wanting to keep fish, though, was when I was a child. Um, my one grandfather was very grouchy, um, picked on us more than played with us. But I remember one day going down to his fish room and him picking me up so I could see the fish in the tank while he fed the fish. And I saw this, that was the first time and only time that I can remember seeing a smile on my grandfather's face.
Oh,
And to me, that was the seal of approval. If it can make my grandfather smile,
then yeah,
this is something I've got to do.
exactly. Now, what really got me into the aquarium from the get-go was turtles. I was so obsessed with turtles when I was little. Like I spent every day, hours and hours. We lived along a riverbank in Columbia, South Carolina, and I was determined to have every turtle there was on the planet. And now I don't have any, so I'd really love to. You know, my dream would be a fly river turtle. I think those things are cool. I didn't mean to change the subject, but I was still thinking about what got me into the hobby. And
Hi, Big Tank Hank.
hey, Big Tank Hank, check out your store. Let's see if there's any wrong color
Okay,
pink and
so
film.
I'm
Yes,
assuming bettas are your favorite fish.
yes, they are. I'm pretty easy like that right now. And
And
I'm
your
really,
first, and you said your first aquatic animal was a turtle?
yes, my first aquatic animal was turtles. I had a red-eared slider. I had a little musk turtle, and I had a baby alligator snapper. And
Oh,
I had all of those until I got married, and I got them when I was like 10 or 11, 12. I can't remember. I
that's
was
awesome.
little. And when I got married and moved to Kentucky, we had a pond, and they all went into the pond. But I had them my whole life. I'd set up pools outside, and I just think turtles are just the coolest things ever.
Now, see, I think they're cool, but I just don't know that I would be able to keep them
It's a lot
properly.
more work. They make so much waste. You really got, but now things have changed too. When I was little, when I'd go into the pet store, there was a mall that was near, my house. And my granddaddy, this is how I got so fascinated, but he would pick me up, and on Saturdays he'd take me to the pet store. So I'd just go around, and press my face on tanks and look at everything. And back in the early 70s, you could buy these little, which they're terrible, but back then I was little and I wanted one. But they had the little plastic containers that had like a little island in it and a little plastic palm tree that they sold for turtles. But right when I decided I wanted a turtle, that's when they started talking about turtles carrying or giving people salmonella and all that stuff. And
Ah,
they quit selling them completely. So when I moved to near the river, I was in heaven that I got to see. I would find them hatching out. They'd be in my backyard. I just love them. You
That's
raised a
awesome.
frog in the house? Yeah.
I will say I like having fish and turtles, and the turtles always seem to eat the fish. So
Yeah. That can be a bad combination sometimes.
that's my issue. I want a turtle and fish. but I can't
Love
have them
that.
together.
The
Well,
soft
that's
shell,
why you'd be better off having a tortoise.
right?
Mm, yeah,
John,
but
I think it's
usually
John
the turtles
Larson. He has
actually
a
do something,
tortoise.
whereas tortoises, they don't want that.
Oh, tortoises can be a lot of fun. They get
Oh yeah,
huge.
They do get pretty big.
right.
And
It's
they
one.
walk all over the place just like take them for a walk just like your dog. Take them out to the grass. They'll be more than happy to take a walk.
Oh yes. Don't lick the turtles, and you won't get sick, right, Kenny? You mean I can't lick turtles? Come on now. Leopard frogs, painted turtles, bullfrogs, and salamanders. Yep. Let's see.
I thought it was the frogs we weren't supposed to lick, Kenny.
Oh my goodness. It's a red-tailed shark named Batman. That's another fish, when I was younger. I think about the fish that really made me fall in love with fish when I was a kid. Say I was at Kmart or at a pet store, and red-tailed sharks, a blue gourami, and swordtails was the ones I always remembered. Like I wanted those fish when I was little. And out of all those fish, I ended up getting the blue gourami, and it was so mean it killed everything in the tank. And so,
Wait, what killed everything in the tank?
oh my god, a blue gourami, like the regular, they've got like the spot on them. I think it's just
Oh
called blue.
yeah, those blue gouramis are
Yes.
very mean.
Oh my gosh, I thought that was the most beautiful fish in the world, and I had,
Hmm.
but it was that was a bad first experience with fish.
Oh yes. I think I had that same experience once. Then I tried the honey gouramis, and those
Yeah,
were really nice.
I would love to
Um,
try those. They are nice little fish. Or and then I like the specialty ones like the oh shoot, I'm trying to think what they are, the chocolate gouramis and stuff like that.
okay.
They're a lot hard, you have to work with your water parameters, as far as I understand, to keep stuff like the chocolate gouramis
Yeah,
or
right now I have a pearl gourami.
the pearls. Oh, they're nice. And another fish I'd like to keep, I don't know what it is about a fish shaped that way with the little trailers coming off of them, like the gouramis and angelfish and stuff like that. But wait a minute, you the euro, I can't say it. It's like a severum, one of the cichlids. Yarus, did I say that right, guys?
Yarrow?
Yeah, it's like
Water?
Ure. I may be
Water.
spelling it.
Water.
Yeah, I like those too. Oh yeah, the powder blue gouramis. Yes, Waru. Thank you, S. Waru.
Yeah, it's a water.
And then Danny spelled it for me. Uaru. I always know what I'm talking about, but I just can't get it out of my mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I want to tell people, here, just stick your fingers in there and pull out that picture. It's there.
Right. And learning, just I don't know, it's like I'm overwhelmed because before, if you went to a pet store, you'd see a specific aquarium and you would just want to recreate that aquarium. Like, you saw an aquarium that had angelfish in it. So with plants in it. And that's like me with discus. They had this incredible discus tank. So all I wanted to do was create that tank. Yes. And then now there's so many options out there, just like Kenny doing this 100 fish countdown. Now I want 100 tanks. I don't just want one or two.
I
What is that?
know.
I can barely see it, Kevin. What was that? can't tell what it is though.
It's a tortoise.
Oh, it's a tortoise. Looky there. I told you I'm blind. I can't see it. Oh, sorry. I don't mean that bad.
Okay, Patty, what's going on?
Why kick a moo cow? What happened here?
Yeah, what's going on, Patty?
I don't know.
It's like I missed something or something.
Yeah, apparently I'm always missing stuff.
All right. Now we can see it. Yeah, there we go. Is that a cicada? Or is it a cicada? Shoot. Cicada? What am I trying to say? No, that's a bug.
Oh, it's a song.
Trying to find a better photo, but I can't find one.
Patty, we love you. Don't worry about it. Unless you're, it ain't nothing.
Oh, here we go.
No, it's just usually if Patty's paying attention to something, we all need to pay attention to it because
I agree with that.
she
Like
catches things before we do most of the time.
Yes, she does. Is that you?
Yeah, that's it. We were in the Galapagos Islands.
Oh, wow. So you got to see the real Galapagos turtles or tortoises.
Yeah. We saw solitary George.
Mm.
The last, I think it was the last giant tortoise.
We in a pet store in Somerset. Now this is something where I'm about to move back to. This guy has had a flea market fish store for as long as
I don't know about that one, Patty.
Russian tortoises. What's the one that's real flat? It's a turtle, and they're like, or tortoise, and they're very flat. They're they get big. Somebody will know it when I'm saying, but they have a real flat shell on them, and it's a tortoise. Let's see if somebody can. I have no memory, as y'all can tell. I have to get out books and Google everything. That's one of the reasons I kind of hate to come up on streams, because I'm like, people are gonna wonder if I know anything, because I just go blank a lot of times.
Oh, I don't know anything.
But that's the beauty of it. We get to learn from everybody else.
The terrible thing is that, you hit the end stream and 2 seconds later it's like, there it is.
And you remember everything. So what I've done is I've gone back to being old school. Like, I know everybody's got like the internet at their fingertips and they can Google stuff. And I realize that like some people, they're able to like Google stuff while we're on a stream, where I'm just sitting here talking to y'all like, we're just sitting somewhere having a cup of coffee. But I went and got me a bunch of books. I wanted some books. I haven't like sat down and just, because when I was little, I loved horses, turtles, all that stuff. And I remember having like encyclopedias of, the animals I like. And I remember studying and learning about all the species and all the this and all that. So I got me like an encyclopedia of aquarium fish. Amber from Big City Betta sent me the Wallstat method book. I got one from George Farmer, Aquascaping book, which mine got ruined, and Ryan from Wild Fish Tanks sent me his extra copy, and I was just absolutely thrilled. I didn't even.
How fantastic!
Oh, he is awesome, and he even autographed it, so that makes it even more special. And I also got like the fish health book. So like now, instead of getting on the computer, I'm like just sitting at home at night in the bed with my little lamp on, and I'm just reading again. And so hopefully that will kind of get stuff going in my head, because when I do get moved, I've got all my aquariums. And so now it's going to be more like I started off this journey with just a betta, which led to another betta, which led to another betta, which I got the guppies. I didn't have any plan on what I was doing. And then I learned like the dirted substrate method, hanging around with father fish and stuff like that. And it kind of grew from that. And then I learned about keeping the tank a certain way. And then like Alex came along, and people that just really, I can listen to all the scientific stuff. I actually understand it, but now for me to repeat it, that's another thing. But I get what they're saying when they're talking about that. So now when I go in, I'm going to like plan things. Like I want the wild bittas. I'd like to try some of those.
Hey,
I would like to keep discus again.
Hi,
And,
Ian.
hey, Ian.
I want to keep discus. That's the one fish I do want to keep.
Yes.
That's the next fish I'd like to keep.
And it's so different now. I mean, it's just like I told you before, like if you had discus, I had to run I had like a canister filter that ran peat moss through it, keeping the water soft and doing all this soil. You know, I didn't have very much success. I kept my fish for about 5 or 6 years, and I had a heater fail and I lost them. But that was with the people at the pet store kind of coaching me, you know, the whole time. Like I'd take in my water and they'd say, oh no, you got to do this. And they tell me what to do. So learning it on my own has been a different situation. How are you, Ian? True, Danny, you've got it. If you can't explain it, then you truly don't understand it. That's why I kind of don't get too deep into things, because I don't truly understand things yet.
It's also hard sometimes to articulate, which
It is.
Alex seems to do a really good job of articulating.
Oh my gosh.
But
Yes, it does.
I just have such a hard time explaining things
I'm
that
a student.
people can
Y'all are my
understand
sensei.
sometimes.
And I don't know about you younger people, but being older, I do have memory issues. So sometimes things kind of get mixed together.
Yeah.
And it's like the more I learn, the more I forget.
Yeah.
Because it's like, was that or was that?
That's
Hey,
one of the
J-Rock,
reasons
glad you can make it.
I enjoy when people come up and share their tanks. That to me puts things in perspective. Like when you see how somebody set up that community tank, or they've set up that discus tank, and they explain it, that makes me understand better than anybody. You know what I'm saying? Like reading or whatever. When I see it in action and how this person's doing it, that's when it really clicks with me of what I'm trying to achieve.
Hi, J-Rock.
Hey, J Rock does stuff. Oh no, Danny, I didn't think that at all, because you're
Oh,
incredible.
no.
Like I've watched you, and I'm thinking, man, this guy knows his stuff. I appreciate you know, y'all are the people that I want to watch. You guys are the one, like I want to pick your brain. I want to hear what you've got to say about things. Oh, these dogs. Sorry.
And Danny, we also know that you work with fish for a living. So, you know how to more about how the quality of the fish when they come in
Yeah.
and the things that we need to be aware of when something gets shipped to us. We definitely appreciate all the information you give us.
Absolutely. You are incredible. I would love to, what I think I need to do to really continue in this journey and really be any kind of an asset on YouTube or to other people, is I would like to go to work at a fish store for a while, and like really, like I've worked at one before, but I was a groomer there. I didn't do the actual fish and all that stuff, but I would like to actually work in one. And I've even thought about doing some of these college courses they have online. I think, is it Ian Atkins that told us that he went to the college, you know, one of the internet school. I think. Now, I'm not sure, Ian, but I think it was you. Um, and so I'm thinking about signing up for some of those courses this year and see if that kind of, gets me going where I want to go. I see Danica's red bluegrass guppies notifications coming in.
Now, Mary Paige, I know
Like Danny, me too.
you had kind of either before the stream or right at the beginning of the stream, you had touched on the fact that you have been a vet tech.
Yes.
That's actually a profession that I would have liked to go into, but then I found out exactly how much medical courses and things that were
Yeah.
required for it. Um,
It's a totally different ball game than it used to be. Back when I started, I was kind of grandfathered into it. I had veterinarians that trained me. I did surgical work and stuff like that. We had all the machinery and stuff, but now, like vet techs today are just like a technician at a doctor's office. They've got to run all that fancy equipment, stuff like that. I do know how to run most of it. I'm really good in X-ray, and I'm really good on blood work and uh, microscope stuff. But like to know it's a totally different ball game than it used to be when I was a vet tech. Hey, Stephen, there's another good one.
yes, Stephen, hi.
Oh, okay, Adkins. I don't know who told me that. Maybe it was 40. I can't remember. But somebody was telling me, well, it was on a stream, that they had actually gone to school. Like, how you see these animal behavior colleges pop up, in on Facebook and different stuff. Maybe it was 40 years. I think it was Ames. Yeah, now Ames, she sent me a link for that the other day for one of the colleges. Yes, see, Lori and I
Oh,
are
Monster Fish Gale is also a vet tech and groomer.
right. And I had just bought me all new grooming equipment. It's all sitting at the house. Well, we had family members go in and bought me all new equipment. So when we get back to Kentucky, I'm going to try to pick my business back up. And I thought about seeing there's my favorite groomer that's on YouTube, and she does the grooming and everything. And I thought maybe I want to do something like that too. I can explain that kind of stuff better than I can the fish keeping. But I just love you guys in this community so much. I just want to keep learning. I want to really set up something good and not be just talking about the same old stuff all the time. I'm ready to get some fish and get some experience and show my skills. Phlebotomy, yep.
Oh.
Medical
That
assistant.
is actually a profession that I thought about going into also, is phlebotomy.
It's a really good profession to go into.
And I actually tried to get my daughter interested in it because it doesn't take that much schooling, and it's definitely not something that's going to be going away. But so many of the industries now, they're going through such changes since we've all modified the way we do business with everything.
Right.
But phlebotomy is definitely not going to change.
Right.
Yes, it will, Patty, and I'm waiting for you to move so that you start going on YouTube.
Patty, absolutely.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
It's going to happen eventually. We might get her little avatar for a little while. She'll have a little picture up there, but hopefully. But I kind of understand, like, before I ever got on YouTube, I'm really so much better in comments. Like, I have the chance to think what I'm saying and put things out there and really appreciate, like, somebody making a video, say, Alex or Patty or, when they're making a video, and like I watch the video and I like to talk along with video. Like if you're showing me something, I make a comment like I'm talking to you the whole way through the video. And that's
Oh,
where,
that's nice, Stephen.
yeah,
And Danny. Danny went to school for medical assistance.
yes. Stephen,
Stephen has a degree in creative writing and literature.
And MFG is also.
right, Danny.
Yep. Danny's a good bloodsucker.
T-Bone says, I'm just a cabinet maker. Man, you are.
T-Bone, there is nothing as just a cabinet maker.
That's a wonderful thing to do.
That is an industry that is very, very undervalued.
And you know what? You're in the fish fam. Do you know how we would love to see you create some cabinets for our aquariums? Just a cabinet maker. That's not. I'm with Jen. There's nothing such or no such thing as just a cabinet maker. Real artist and craftsman. Absolutely, Stephen. I've got an uncle that is, and he does some incredible work. Oh, take that out of here. I'll be off in just a minute.
Yeah, the skill of making quality woodworked material, that's something that people really don't understand anymore. And to hear somebody is out there doing it, yeah, you are an artist.
Absolutely. Deborah, I saw that. I checked into getting a mobile grooming business, and I'm actually, well, right now I'm looking for a motorhome to kind of live in for a couple of weeks until we get moved. But what I would like to do is turn that motorhome into a portable grooming that I could just drive to neighborhoods. And because I've been trained to like do 10 dogs a day. Like I know how to get them done, get them prepped, get them finished, all this stuff. It's a system. And I was trained that way. And I can make some really good, really good money grooming and not have to charge people an arm and a leg. I'm not mean. I'm not one that's looking for $200 just because your dog had a mat on it. I'm trying to figure out how to keep people's pets happy and comfortable so they can enjoy them. And I would love to have see, listen to me. Y'all have to realize too, it's after 11. I did this last night too on Cassie's. I'm usually asleep at 9 o'clock, so I'm kind of duh.
Yeah, John Larson, you're right. I'm one of those people that they always have trouble getting blood from.
Oh gosh.
I have small, thin veins. They like to dive and roll.
Yep.
So, when they take my blood, they can go too far and puncture the other wall.
Right.
Or they collapse the vein and then it's shot for however long it takes to heal.
Do they have to get out that
a lot of times they have to go for my hands.
Yeah. Do they ever have to get out that machine, the vein finder? A lot of times I've got to get it in my this catheter right here is where they have to go.
No, they haven't had to go that far yet, but they have brought out the chief phlebotomist.
Yep. It's Stephen. I'm another one that's like that. They say I have thick skin and my veins are really deep. And it's hard for them to do that.
I just hate it when they start poking around and reaching for it.
Oh, yeah. No. Get somebody else.
Like, I'd rather you stab me a second time than be moving them that needle around looking for the vein.
Oh, my gosh.
That's a lot of times I'll just tell them, you know what? It's probably easier to go right for the hand. And they look at me like, really?
Yeah.
You're okay with that? And it's like, yeah, I'm a diabetic. I stab myself in the hand every day.
Let the vein find you. Phew. Well, we need you, Danny, when we go in.
You know, but I do understand some people really are sensitive to the pain in the hand, but I think it's a lot less painful to get it in the hand than have somebody poke around lots of times.
Me too. I completely agree with that. Completely. In the past couple times, I've had a lot of blood work done over the past 2 months, and that's what I told them. Don't even go to my arms anymore. Just do the hands. I can't take it. Right, they do roll.
So now we talked kind of about your future plans for finding the new place and a place that's going to allow you to expand your betta collection. Are there any other fish you want to be keeping in the future?
Like I said, I would like to keep discus again, and I'm really interested in some. I don't know which kind yet, but I would like to have one of the larger South American cichlids. The one that I really love is, and this may be totally wrong. I may have it wrong, but I love what Danny and Kenny have. The Starry Night.
Hi, Shayna.
Hey, Shanna. I don't know if that's part of but that's a fish I'd like to have. I love those. And I want some bichers. I'm a simple girl.
Oh,
I don't have anything real fancy, but there's a few. I've always loved garfish too, so I want some half beaks. Give me some miniature garfish.
yeah, you might need to do some research as to what fish you're allowed to have where you're moving to.
Right.
Because I know here in New York, you can't have gars. You can't have, oh, what's the other one? The snakeheads you can't have.
Yeah. And those are really interesting fish. They're really cool. Thank you. I knew Kenny would put it on there, or Danny. Like cichlids, right? Oh, is it Maple Street has those? He's got different. What was it he had the other day that we were watching?
Oh, I love dwarf white, Danny.
Yes. Right, Deborah. John Larson said, Virginia Beach is such a nice area. I cannot believe I've lived here this long and I didn't get everything I wanted to get done here. Like, I didn't enjoy it as much as I would have liked to, like going to the beach and going to the sites and things. Hey, Michael Long. Yeah, Kenny.
Well, I live 15, 20 minutes away from Niagara Falls.
Oh, wow.
And everybody says, oh, you live next to Niagara Falls? That must be so wonderful. And it's like,
You don't ever go?
you know, you go there when you're a child. You might go there in the winter because they light it up pretty.
Right.
But we in New York know that the Canadian side of the falls is better. It's just bigger and more majestic. And it's, it's our backyard. We see it all the time. It's not that big a deal to us.
Well, that's the funny part for me about going to the Golden Gate Bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things. If you've been there once, you've pretty much done it.
That would be
what
one,
I feel like.
Kenny.
That's how I feel about many things, unfortunately.
Oh, that would be fantastic, Kenny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From the ACA next month. So is I mean, I'm not great, but like Scott.
It's like right before Aquashella.
So is anybody going to try to get to the
Hi,
other
Michael Long.
Sorry, what
Like,
was that?
I said, is anybody else, like, are you Kevin, or you Jen, anybody thinking about going to like the Chicago Aquashella, or the one in Texas?
I'm going to the Aquashella Dallas.
Oh,
Already
right.
got the plane ticket and the hotel room.
Oh, that would
Yeah,
be one.
unfortunately, finances aren't going to make it for me this year. I spent
Right.
a lot more money on fish and tanks than I should have. Um,
Unfortunately, I'm not 21, so I'll probably have to get somebody to come with me, but we'll see. But I am going.
You are going.
I'm going. Actually, I'm hopefully, I'm going with Lori. So that should Lori Hosiri. So that should be fine.
Oh, that's awesome.
all you have is corn, Cody's son.
In Iowa. Oh, did everybody remember to hit the like? We got 15 likes and 24 watching.
26.
26 watching? All right.
26 on my end, at least, which is
Y'all
awesome.
y'all have gotten to, you've put together a pretty good little live stream. Now, do y'all do this every night, or is it just certain nights a week? Because
We do 5 nights a week between the two of us.
Are you going to be going to Aquashella Dallas, Kenny? And when is Aquashella Chicago?
is that in August? Am I thinking? When is Dallas? Is it in October?
October. Halloween.
Okay, I think Chicago is in August. I may not know, but I think that's what I've heard. You better get to work, Danny. Or Kenny, I mean. Yeah, usually Kenny sells all the inventory and then he works himself out of a job.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be helping Kevin 3 nights a week, but I kind of fell behind on that for the last couple of days.
August 14th.
Well,
I got overwhelmed with things and just needed to step back for a few days.
It gets overwhelming. Like when I was doing this every day, and then some days it was twice a day for a good 4 or 5 months in a row. It got tough.
J-Rock, you're in the wrong group if you want somebody to stop you.
Right? We can't stop you, J-Rock. It's too late.
MFP. Ooh, uh-oh. That might be dangerous. We'll see. I might see if I can go, because that's the day before my birthday. We'll see.
Oh, that would be good.
It's 2 days before my birthday. Yeah.
Patty.
Wheels are turning.
So
I'm
one thing
definitely going to the Dallas one.
I would like to go to Dallas, but I think the one that could probably maybe be an option would probably be Chicago for me.
We thought about Chicago, and when is Chicago running?
That's in August, I believe. I think Lori just posted it. Chicago's August 14th and 15th.
I know some people were saying that they weren't 100% sure that Chicago was going to happen this year.
The day before that, yes. Not 2 days.
But if they're still
after it's over.
On schedule, I might be able to make that one. It's a lot closer, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But I really do wish I could make one of the ones down either in. It would have been nice to go to the one in Florida and the one in Dallas.
Yeah, poor me went to Hawaii.
Poor you.
Hey,
Did you get to see?
Just talking about you.
Did you get to see Jesse from HC Aqua, or is that totally on a different end of where you were at?
What was that?
Is Jesse HC Aqua still in Hawaii? I know he moved, but is that
moved, but he's moving, so he's really busy.
Yeah, he was in the process of moving and couldn't make things work to meet up.
Yeah. Maybe next time.
But hopefully that is HC Aqua moving more to the mainland or just to another place on the islands?
Just to another place on in Oahu.
Okay.
Well, that's good that they probably won't have to get rid of many fish then.
He already did.
He did?
A decent amount, yeah.
Is that because he has to downsize because of space, or just to make the move easier?
I think because his house was still being built.
Okay, yes, that's what it is.
It was, yeah, there was a lot, and so I think he brought some over to his parents, but sorry. But yeah, no, it was mainly I think he took a bunch down. Yeah, and he does have some, but I don't know. He doesn't have nearly as many as he did.
Yeah. See, somebody said he's got 11 tanks running right now.
Reinforcing the floor can be really expensive.
Oh, gosh, yeah. Hey, I've got to run in here and take care of one of the kids for just a minute. Do y'all mind if I...
No, not at all.
I'll be right back.
Of course not.
Okay, I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. But I know what you mean about floor joists and all that. This place that I'm living in was built as Army barracks housing back in the Vietnam era and was supposed to actually be torn down afterwards and wasn't. So the floors and everything aren't real good here. But I do have a 180-gallon tank, two 75-gallon tanks, a 37.5-gallon tank, a 32-gallon tank, two 20 longs, and 10 10-gallons.
Poor you, I feel so bad.
And another 6 3.5-gallon tanks.
That's awesome. I am jealous.
T-Bone, you'll get there when you're ready.
True. But still.
That's what I want to do, too. So I remember when I had my first fish room, I never knew there were, like, people seeing people's fish rooms now. It's just incredible because when I had a fish room, I really didn't have anybody to share it with. And I had all these tanks, but what I was going for back then is I just liked the look of the pet store. You know, they had a wall of tanks with all kind of. So that's what I was going for, but I really didn't know. Most of my tanks came from making mistakes, like putting the wrong fish together, and I'd have to set up another tank because I did go through cichlids when I first started. And unfortunately, I put anything that said cichlid behind it in a tank together. And, you know, you get little baby green terrors and all these things. And I was putting them all together in one tank. So it didn't take
Hi,
me too
Paul.
long.
Was
It
it
didn't
Leo
take me
or
too
Karma?
long. Tanks now, 503, Shanna.
So
But
I
this
think we all need to find someplace like in the middle of the country, and we need to build a big fish family complex
I think so too.
so that we could have like giant aquariums that we can keep all the fish we want to keep.
I think we need to get Kenny and Danny to set up a big, a big fish room for us so we can see all the fish they have. I would love to go visit with them. I'm at 18 tanks, 1,200-gallon koi pond, and 13 tubs. Oh my gosh. But that's what I'm
Oh, that's gotta be fantastic.
I may not have it all now, but I'm collecting. I'm like collecting a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And I get on Facebook Marketplace a lot, and I find, as we know, people that get into the hobby and then they just give up and they basically throw everything they bought away for like pennies to the dollar. Or even some of them are like, just come get this and take it out of my house, tear it down. And I haven't had the chance to like have the room to do that yet. So when we get this new house, well, the farm that we're looking at has an outdoor, a separate building, and I'm hoping, and it's got 2 rooms in it. So I'm hoping one room I can turn into a fish room, and the other room I can open up a grooming business in again. So that would be my dream right now, to be able to do that. That's what Joseph's got a lot.
Yeah, and I'm talking to a friend of mine who's waiting to hear back about his disability hearing. And he's hoping to move out to either Kansas or South Dakota and build a castle-style house
Oh wow.
and buy a big enough
Fish
property
cat.
that I could also have a house on it. And
Oh,
that
that
would be
would be
nice because then I'd be able to have as big a fish room as I want.
Roxanne, she's over there with Peplin now, so they've got it going on. She said
Right?
we have 44 tanks and 110-gallon stock pond so far. That's just gonna keep getting bigger and bigger. And I can't.
Well, thank goodness you have help with all those now.
Right. I'm looking forward to see what they create together. I think that it's going to be incredible.
I want to see a fish room tour too.
Yes, absolutely. Roxanne, y'all better get on that. We want a fish room tour.
To see a fish room tour. They're slacking. I need to see a fish room tour.
What are you worried about, S?
Yeah.
That would be fantastic, Danny.
Oh yeah.
And that's kind of what I've been trying to tell Larry. If I ever win the lottery, that's what I would like to do, is kind of have like an octagonal house with an arboretum area in the middle with the pond and everything.
Huh.
That would be amazing.
Why octagonal?
What was that?
Why octagonal?
Well, because you can build off an octagonal as many additional arms as you want. So you can make it into a star spreading out from the octagon that's in the center.
Oh yeah. More sides is more fun. That's right. The best and the worst things about my tanks is it pisses off the wife. Oh no. And that's another thing. Most of us that have this condition, this fish tank addiction or whatever you want to call it. Most of us do have a lot of us have a significant other that could really care less. You know, they don't understand what we are, just like how excited we get when we get to see somebody's fish room or somebody's fish tanks, or gosh, look at all those plants growing, and they're looking at me like, you know, what is wrong with you? Why are you so
Yeah, they don't understand that the culture before all this YouTube, you
right?
never saw somebody's tank
No.
unless they were one of these professional aquascaper type
Yeah.
competitions. And those, I'm sorry, those tanks are not really a good representation because
No.
they haven't gone through the life cycle. They haven't gotten the algae blooms. It's
Right.
set up and taken down within 48 hours,
Yeah.
and
Like, you know, when they get
it's
them
not a
going,
true vision.
I'm looking at, like, what is that tank going to look like in the long run? You know, how big are the plants going to get? I want something that's going to like grow in, and that doesn't have to be, you know, trimmed and all this, just like your landscaping, just like your yard. You know, you have to do your bushes and your grass and this. I want a tank that's, I guess my favorites would have to be the Brazilian style, and then of course just like the jungle scapes, you know, where you just have the plants growing everywhere and just the whole aquarium's full of greenery. I just think I love that. But I mean, I love the aquascape, so I think that is the most beautiful thing. I'd love to learn about the high tech. I'd like to do the CO2, and it's fun because I've just come in over the past year. This past year has just been
Yeah,
learning.
someday, Roundhouse, I would love to find somebody who has an old collection
Oh yeah.
of the Tropica Aquarium
Uh,
magazines and all of that.
Alex, the Secret History, he has a lot of them. And some of his videos, he'll just sit down and like go through them with us, you know, and just look at the articles and look at the pictures. And that was a big thing growing up. You know, if you could get one of those magazines or a book and just get to see the pictures. You have a 55-gallon with the Blue Ball Flex. Yes. These Blue Ball specs I got, these right over here, they're sitting on the table there. Now I got those off of Marketplace, and the lady contacted me the other day, and I didn't know this because my husband went and picked these up, and she's got 4 more of them set up in her house, and she's going to take them. And I'd like to buy. I could just imagine having a whole rack of Blue Ball specs. That would be pretty
Yeah.
neat.
T-Bone, I think you're missing the point. They like the fact that their spouse doesn't enjoy the hobby. It gives him his man cave time.
Right. Addie, I just realized what you said.
Yeah.
Ding ding, it went over my head there for a minute. But I got it now. Patty is a character. You got to be on your game with Patty.
He always makes the show.
Right? Tropical Fish Magazine Monthly. Yes. And I know I was watching, like I keep mentioning Alex, but I was watching a video one day where he was going through like some old magazines that were like, I feel like they were from the like 50 or the early 70s, maybe even the late 60s. And it was just wild. And I may be wrong about that. I'm wrong a lot. But I did watch somebody that was going through magazines, and they were just showing how the trends were, you know, back then. Like we still had the aquariums with the metal frames around them and the slate
Mm-hmm.
bottom. And,
Well, that's my grandfather's tanks were the metal tanks with the slate bottom.
right, Patty?
Oh, Joseph Stanley, Kevin's having some audio and issues, so what we're doing is I've got him on a phone call so everybody can hear him.
And it's worked out pretty good.
I think so.
Yeah, we can hear you good, Kevin.
Glad. Very happy. Thank you.
I love the metal frames, yes.
Thank
What was
you
like,
for coming, Mary Paige.
you're welcome.
If you need to go, I understand it has been an hour and a half. I think I'm going to go for maybe half an hour longer,
Okay.
but thank you so much for coming. It was lovely having you on.
I enjoyed coming. I just like to hang out with you guys and just keep
Well,
learning.
we'd love to have you hanging out with us, and you know, you do know more than you think you do. And one of these days,
It's
you're
gonna
going
come out.
to be the only one paying attention to chat with somebody, and you'll see, I have that answer, and it's going to make you feel so nice that you were able to tell somebody something when everybody else is so involved in the chat and you saw a question that you knew.
Yep.
And I love it when that happens, because some of the questions that are commonly asked, they don't get answered because
No.
we're so tired of answering it.
Right, just the basics, and
So
I did
that's
that
why
a lot.
having, even if you're not on our screen, having you in the chat, it's fantastic, because you do step up and you do give people at least a point in the right direction if you don't have the
Right.
absolute answer.
I was looking at Roxanne. Well, I appreciate you guys having me, and I've got to go because we're like, I don't know what this is, the middle of the night packing, but they're getting ready to leave out with another load at 6 a.m. So,
Yeah, it's 12:30 right here, right in New York. So if
right.
you're Eastern, that's 12:30.
So I guess the main thing I'm going to kind of concentrate on right now is maybe share my experience of making this portable fish room and how I'm going to try to make it work. And like I said, I got like today I got all the little I've never tried them before, but the little UVV or USB, I can't even say it. I said UVV, but like the little pumps.
Oh yeah.
Yep, I've got my air stone. So I'm like preparing this whole week. I've been buying. I've got to get another tub. I'm going to get some dividers. I don't know how I'm going to do it yet, but I just don't want to rehome my fish. I'd rather just bring them with me if I can, and that way I've got them when I get to where I'm going to. So we'll see how that works.
Well, I think, but with all the options that you have for battery operated air pumps
Mm-hmm.
that could be running sponge filters, I don't
Oh
think you'll
yeah,
have a problem at all.
these are
It's
just such
just
a
a
cool
temperature. It's really the temperature you're going to have to worry about.
same thing.
So depending on where you're moving to, as long as you can keep the temp fairly regular on the trip, you should be fine.
I think so too. And like I said, bettas are a little more forgiving. Hopefully the other fish are a lot older, so I've just kind of been waiting till I'm one of those kind of people that when I get something, I keep it until the end. I try to give it the best long life as I can. But I think
Yeah.
about my new options when I get into this. I've got some money saved back to get new fish, and I'm just waiting to get where I need to go. And I think these are the coolest things ever. Whoever knew that we could just use this for an air pump?
Oh yeah.
Pretty neat stuff.
And if you don't want to run that the whole time, you can always go to a bait shop
Oh
and get the
yeah,
bubble buddies.
the live one. Yes, yep, those work too. But that's pretty cool because we'll be traveling for about 12 hours and maybe longer because we may have to stop over somewhere. But, well, guys, I'm going to hop off of here. And I love you all. Thank you for having me. And I
Well,
look forward
thank
to,
you.
yep.
And good
Hey,
luck with the
Patootie,
move.
that sounds good. Yeah, Corey knew. Thank you, Patty. Thank you guys for your friendship and everything you guys do. Y'all have gotten me through this past year, and I really appreciate you all. I know I tell you that every time, but I like to do gratefuls every day, and I'm grateful for each and every one of y'all. Thanks for putting up with my silliness, my learning, and my 10-page long comments sometimes.
We like
Thank
those long
you.
comments.
That's where I shine the most. I don't know about shine, but that's what I love to do. I'm a big supporter of our community, and like right now I haven't been able to watch videos and I feel like guilty, like because I'm not leaving comments and supporting all the channels, because all you got to do is like and subscribe and leave a comment, and it helps that person keep on, bringing more content to us. And with me, I might not have, my content is basically just sharing what I'm doing right now. But we have so many incredible people out there. If you need to know anything, anywhere, anytime, you can usually contact me and I can point you in the right direction.
Well, good night, Danny. Thank you so much, Mary Paige. Good night.
Thank you. I'm going
We'll
to get
see
off
you
here.
soon.
Bye, guys. Love you
And
all.
J-Rock, we're still going to hang out for at least another 20 minutes, and you never know. Adele might pop on in a
Yeah.
little bit, and if she doesn't, after I run Larry home, maybe I'll start up another one.
All right. Good night, y'all.
Good night. Oh, we love you too, Roxanne.
Love you too, Roxanne. You're awesome. You are amazing.
I didn't hang up on Kevin. He just got quiet.
Oh, you were teasing Joseph? I didn't realize that. I didn't get that part.
But yes, that's why Kevin and I like to do these kind of streams, because we do get to talk to everybody about their favorite types of things in the hobby. And when we do the live stream and the open panels, we get to see people's fish tanks or their individual fish
On that
and
note,
hear so many neat things about it. Kevin actually did go to what was it, an auction
yesterday, yes, it was
yesterday? And he picked up some neat stuff.
I really enjoyed myself. A little bit too much. Maybe, is that possible?
Well, did you get arrested?
No.
Then you're okay.
Alright, good. Just double checking.
Well, wait a minute. There's a second question. Did your parents kick you out?
Not yet, surprisingly.
Okay, we're doing good. That's always the threat hanging over your head, isn't it?
Not yet, at least. That may change, but Grandma was not able to come, unfortunately. She just came back yesterday.
Hi, James.
Hello?
Good.
Grandma was not able to come. My aunt, like the day of her coming home, coming back here, which was like a week before we left, she was supposed to come back. And good night, Monster Fish Gal. And she my aunt's
Night, Monster Fish Gal.
was having pains, and she thought maybe her appendix was ruptured.
Oh my goodness.
But I don't think that's what I'm not 100% sure what it was, but it wasn't that, luckily. But she did go to the ER that day, so Grandma was not able to come with us. But we did have fun still. Although apparently she didn't miss us one bit. She only missed her coffee. Thanks a lot.
That's all she's admitting to.
Yeah, that's all she's saying. That's her story, and she's sticking to it.
Well, she can't have you thinking that she misses you every time you leave. You'll never go away.
Good. LOL. Oh, gosh.
And she does like that you are able to go and do things.
Huh?
Did she, has she been playing Mahjong lately?
No, but hopefully that'll change very soon.
Yeah, does she have a group that she plays with normally?
No, but we'll probably play with her. Night, Joseph, and yes,
Nice, Joseph. Yes, it does.
It's late, so I understand.
But that's why we're here, so that the people who want to be up late, can't sleep because of insomnia or whatever, have somebody to listen to. So even if you just stop in and say hello and goodbye, we're happy that you were here. But
Yes,
please don't forget to hit the like button.
That will be annoyed about it if you don't, but
Oh no. Well, you might be annoyed.
I'm
It is your stream.
just teasing. Ooh, nice. Ooh, Poe, bring it when we go to Aquashella. You gotta bring it.
Well, now you can't ask her to bring extra things when you know that you're packing as lightly as possible to make room for fishy stuffs.
Yeah, but she's driving.
Well, that's true.
She doesn't have that issue. I can't because I'm flying. But she can because she's driving.
Yeah, Poe, I'm just learning how to play Mahjong, Chinese Mahjong.
Ah. It is?
J-Rock, it's because he's talking to you through my telephone.
Wait, what? What do you mean maybe not a service dog? Wait, what did she say? I have my grandma's ivory mahjong set I play. I'm here in body anyways. But I have a van. Yeah, you do have a van. What do you mean maybe not a service dog? At least this is better than it being choppy. At least that's what I figure.
Yeah, it was making
it's been
electronic reverb noises and all sorts of things earlier. So this is
oh
the workaround that we were able to come up with.
we
Well,
we
between the two of us, if I didn't turn my phone on and let keep it on for the call,
true. I will give you that one.
and I do
What?
think that I suggested, how can we do a two-way call and put it up on the screen? You just
Sure.
figured out the details.
Yeah, I'll give you that one. I just like giving you a hard time. Kevin's
Yeah,
mic
he already
tired.
wore out his mic. You're right.
You guys suck.
No, that was Danny.
Wait, what?
That was Danny who's the bloodsucker. A phlebotomist.
Yes.
He's the one that sucks, not us. But he sucks in a good way.
Sure.
Yeah, and it's so funny when you see somebody do that in a movie nowadays and people haven't done it and they're like, does that really work? And it's like, yeah, we used to do that when we were a kid.
Oh, yeah. I know it works, but he stabbed and... Yeah, sorry, J-Rock. I can't do too much about it. For some reason, well, I know why. I have, as it was, my brother was yelling at me for using the data, and I'm like, Tommy, I'm not using any data because we have an unlimited plan for talk and text. It's cellular data that we don't have unlimited because we switched to a hotspot and it didn't work. So we had an hotspot device that we used, but of course we were grandfathered into the unlimited plan. And when my parents switched to getting the hotspot, didn't work quite as great.
Hi, Vanoski Tanks. Okay, so Post says she's having problems with the neighbor's dog next door. They've killed other dogs. Leo attacked one of his dogs through the fence just now. But they've been trying to get at each other through the fence for the last 2 days. And that's why she hasn't answered the phone, trying to fix fences. J-Rock wants to know how the gluing of the tissue samples go. They got dwarf grass and something else red. I don't even know what it is, laughing out loud.
Yeah, sorry, Pearl. Yeah, that does sound terrible.
Did you get it from like a PetSmart type place? J-Rock?
Oh, you guys are making this dangerous for me.
Poe, has your neighbor been reported for those dogs? Because if they're attacking the neighbor's dogs, they're not allowed to keep them. Um, hmm. I did have that plant, and you know what? I cannot remember the name of it either.
Maybe not a service dog? Yeah, I hope. Yeah, that was. Ooh, that's not cool. No, no. That is, especially, because you put a lot of work into training him too.
So, Poe, your dog bit the other dog? Or the other dog tried to bite yours?
I think Poe's dog was trying to fight the other dogs through the fence for the last 2 days.
Yeah, but I think it was defensive. I think the other two dogs were the aggressors,
Yes,
is what it's sounding like.
and the neighbor's dogs have killed other dogs, so it's the neighbor's dogs. Leo attacked one of his dogs through the fence just now. And I think that was defensive as well.
So is your neighbor a breeder? Hi, GRB.
Yeah, he should not be. Hey, GRP.
Now, see, here in New York, we'd call animal control, and that animal would not be living there anymore.
Yeah. But I don't think she has any near her.
Especially an aggressive dog like that. Oh.
What?
Leah was trying to protect the 6-month-old pup. And the next door neighbor's dogs have been a problem for over 15 years, and they like to try to dig under the fence.
Ooh.
Yes, that's exactly what I have. The plant is Tillandsia cardinalis.
Oh.
And that's another thing. Here in New York, you're not allowed to have more than 3 dogs. Unless you have a breeder's license, and then you have to jump through all sorts of hoops. Because they really did crack down on puppy mills and things like that here. The one that I have planted in my tank, it is growing nicely. I don't have to do anything special to keep it living. It's staying nice and red.
Wow, that's surprising.
Travis, hi, chalupa no tomatoes.
Hey, Travis.
No, J-Rock, I do not currently run CO2, but I am planning to in the future.
Yeah, I want to go to the. Oh my gosh. since it'll be my birthday, right after Aquashella Chicago, I'm debating whether I want to go to that one or the AKA, which is a week before Aquashella Dallas.
Oh, you're just getting home, Travis?
That's what it made it sound like. I know we're doing the Dallas one, Poe.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely going to Dallas. He's just hoping he can also go to Chicago. Ah, yeah, Shanna. I have the same problem. I have to get one good sunburn, and then for the rest of the summer, I'll be fine.
Really?
Yeah, I burn once, and then I don't burn again.
Huh. My back, oh my gosh, my back got sunburned badly. Pretty good. It was itching all the time.
S wants to know, Kevin, you guys do anything today?
Not today, yesterday. Yes, I'm excited. Although I really want, now I want to go. I've been wanting to go to the Aquashella Chicago, or I want to go to the AKA as well, but we'll see. Huh. Oh, wow. Lucky you.
Okay,
Wait,
well, we'll see you back in chat in a little bit, Jay.
wait, what? I'm confused, Patty. What?
Oh, you burn over and over? I'm one of those people, once I burn, it turns to freckle and I don't burn again.
Oh, oh.
Oh, your core eggs may not have made it. Yeah, I will, Jay. Yeah, I
What
think.
what
Well,
are you moving, Patty? Oh,
oh, so it was a unintended breeding. Well, hopefully you'll be able to get some of the eggs to mature for you next time. I know. I personally, I want to find more pygmy cories and see if I can get them to breed. Patty's moving August 1st for the first time. Not so sure about when the second time will be.
Wait, why is she moving for the first time?
Because she needs to get out of where she is.
But she's moving again after that?
Well, she says not sure about the second move. So I'm assuming that she's going to move into a place that'll meet her needs for now until she finds a place she wants to stay.
That's what I'm wondering.
You took all the Corys and put them in a tank so they'd stop eating your guppy and platy fry.
Because she does not like the Corys much. Yeah, but then you're gonna move again?
Well, yeah, because she has a time deadline to get out. You can't mess around with the deadline. You have to be out.
I understand that, but I thought that she had a place already that she was looking at. And I did not think that was temporary. I didn't know that was going to be that temporary.
Well, it could be that things just haven't, paperwork might not have come out together yet. So there might be like a couple of weeks waiting for things to go through. Yeah, that's what it is. She has to leave in order to get the cash, and then she can take her time to get something else. She won't have to rush to find the right place.
Gotcha. Mm.
Shanna Dre Rock says they want you to know that you have a very similar personality, and you had them cracking up with all your little puns and witty remarks last night.
Who?
503 Aquatics, Shayna.
Oh,
And I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. Is it Shayna or Shauna?
Shayna.
Okay,
Sorry, Shanna.
Shanna.
It's Shanna, not Shayna. It's Shanna.
Well, I'm sorry I've been saying that wrong.
Duh.
Yeah, Patty, it'll definitely be interesting.
And Poe says, I just get tossed, never paid to leave.
Yeah, no, I usually get into places where the landlords are, not that good, or they own too many places and don't really keep up on them. So I tend to move a lot more than I'd like to, just because I find that the landlord's difficult to deal with. They won't do what they need to do, and because I have subsidized housing, they have to follow the rules. And they don't like having to follow the rules on that.
Oh. Hey, Craig, and no worries. Hope you're well tonight. And thank you, Shanna.
Oh, yes. Hi, Craig. Oh, Misty.
Patty, make it bar changes, and it's a yell. Night, Kenny.
Night, Kenny. Glad we could be tonight's lullaby. And Misty is so happy. She's been on my lap off and on all night.
I'm surprised you don't mind it.
Well, I usually do, but right now, the way I've got her laying, she's not on my chest.
You're always yelling at her.
She's starting to learn how to lay like the other cats, so she's not up so high.
Got it.
I think she's learning from example, okay, they don't get yelled at. Why? And it's because of how they lay. I just can't have 25-pound kitty on me all the time. She's a big girl, but I love her.
Jeez.
She just gave me that look. Big girl, what are you talking about, big?
Good.
Yeah. I've been getting them to play more often, so I'm hoping she'll lose a little bit of weight. I've also cut back on their food.
Yeah, see, with Kelly, I put her on a diet food.
Well, to really put my cats on a diet, I'd have to go and get one of those special food dishes that they'd have to wear a collar. And the food bowl would only open at certain points of the day for each cat. It keeps them from overeating. So Sasha can't run over to the bowl when another cat is there. It will close. Because Sasha, even though she's my lightest cat, she eats the most. I put down food and she runs to all three dishes to eat out of them before anybody else can get any.
Wow.
Misty sits back and waits for everybody to vacate the area. And Rex just nibbles.
Oh. Hsif says, look, wow, technology. It is pretty amazing.
Yeah, that is nice that your father's able to do that for you, Paul. Yeah, they've started to come up with a lot of new things for people who have multiple animals in a house. Although the one thing that one of our friends has, I have a water fountain thing for the cats, but they never really seem to use it. But the one that she has, I really like the look of it, and I might end up buying one like it. It's a round dish, but it has a flower coming out of the middle of it that acts like a fountain. And I think they might like that better because it's a soft trickle and constantly moving the water. Well, I'm glad you got to talk to your dad. Hi, Larry. Does that mean you're headed this way soon?
Oh, he has to come over there to switch cars?
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be a lot of high winds and rain, and I have a doctor's appointment.
I thought he can't drive it.
No, he can't, but I need the car during the day while he's sleeping. He can get the car back later tomorrow, once he wakes up.
Got it.
Yeah, I'll be done with my doctor's appointment, hopefully by 1:30.
Got it.
But I never know because it is a new doctor. And that's the other thing I got to do. I got to write out my list of medications again.
Lucky you.
Yeah, sure. You know it's bad when you have to write it out and you can't remember what it is.
Yep.
I'm up to 15 medications now.
Wow.
Oh, it sounds like he was a great dad to have growing up. Yeah, I collect specialists, Paul. I have endocrinologist, gastroenterologist, podiatrist, nerve specialist,
The whole kitchen sink.
cardiologist now. And yes, I don't take my medications the way I should because they make me sick. We haven't figured out how to get back on the meds.
Oh. Well, that's not good.
Yeah, I have the problem where I can take the morning dose, which is the levothyroxine. Oh, that's the other thing, the thyroid doctor. Um, I can take the morning dose of my thyroid medication, and then the second dose of medications I'm supposed to take within an hour, and those ones never stay down.
Oh, yikes.
And once those don't stay down, I don't bother trying to take the next set. And the only one I really have been on top of taking is the insulin. I'm pretty lucky where I am, Poe. Most of my specialists are within a 20-minute drive from me.
How long does it take you to get to them?
About 20 minutes, depending on which one I'm going to. Yeah, I have the same problem. I forgot to take them. You know, I even have had the pharmacist make them into pill packs so it's easier to take, but I still forget to take the darn things. I think maybe that's why I do take the insulin, because Larry will ask me, did you take that? But he's never up early enough to ask me about the other stuff.
Oh,
Well, actually, Poe, they do up the pill packs and they deliver it to my house.
yeah, I don't know how you get that.
The pharmacy that I go to has a delivery service. And almost every pharmacy can do pill packs for people.
Really?
Yeah. I'm also lucky that some of my specialists I can actually see from home through the internet, different things that they work up. As long as I go and get my blood work done, I don't actually have to go into the office.
Oh,
Unless it's for a physical or something new where they need to do a tactile investigation and actually feel what's going on. Like my gastroenterologist, I have to go see him because the only way he can tell what to order is based off of the swelling that I'm going through.
oh.
Yes, Poe, you're right. We are all cool because we all love fishes.
Yes, indeed.
Which I definitely need to talk to you again, Kevin. And when is your next trip? You're going somewhere?
Tahoe for the weekend. For why?
Yes, Poe, we do. Because I was wondering if I get that stuff. When are you coming back from Tahoe? It's just for the weekend?
Yeah.
So if I get that stuff in the mail, all right.
I'll talk to you.
Let's see, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is supposed to be good days for working on the siding. So I wouldn't be able to send it out until Friday, but we don't want to do that because you don't want fish sitting doing nothing for 2 days. Um, so it's sounding like not tomorrow, but the following Monday will be the day that your fish get sent out to you with your books and other things.
As long as it gets sent out in a week, that's fine.
Yep,
On the 28th, as long as the 28th it gets sent out, that should be fine.
yep, they will be in the mail.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Post says, Jen, we sound twins.
Yes, we do. And I'm worried that they're probably going to tell me the same thing that they told you recently, that you have CHF. And I have to really alter my lifestyle a lot.
Oh,
It's bad enough being diabetic and trying to eat healthy.
uh,
To also have to have the limitations of a cardio-friendly diet, that's going to be pretty interesting to figure out how to get protein.
yeah, it would.
Oh, wonderful, Poe.
What did Poe say?
She's getting a cool deal from an Oscar breeder. His 125-gallon broke, and she's lending him a 125-gallon tank that he's going to reseal for her and use it until his custom tank comes in about 2 months, and she'll get it back and it'll have been resealed.
Cool.
Yes, and do it all without becoming a vegan or a pescatarian, because I don't eat fish either.
Oh.
GRB, we can't have the French fries. It's the oil we can't have. And the beer is definitely not good for a diabetic. That's the first thing I learned when I found out I was a diabetic is alcohol is really bad for diabetics. Oh, and she's going to get the next choice of get choice of the next fry batch.
That's awesome.
Yeah, very awesome. Yep, no more sushi, just sashimi, no rice. Yep. And that's the other thing. I used to do a lot of rice instead of pasta because I never really cared for pasta, but now I can't even have the rice. I also have an additional problem of I have no teeth and I can't use dentures. So eating any meat is difficult.
Why can't you wear dentures?
I'm allergic to the curing agent in the denture.
Oh, joy.
So yeah, I need to push back on my insurance company and see if they can actually do the surgical implants.
Oh.
And maybe that'll help. But yeah, I've got so many different dietary limitations. It is not fun. Although I will say I did try fish this week. And it wasn't terrible, but I didn't like it enough that it would be something that I would make for myself. But I had black tip shark.
I don't think you had the right sushi then.
No, not sushi. I said seafood.
Oh.
I had black tip shark.
Okay. Again, you need to have the right seafood.
Yes, I'm trying to quit smoking also. I'm down to 3 to 5 cigarettes a day most days. Sometimes I go up to 7. It depends on the stress level. Like when I found out my mother was in the hospital, I smoked a few more than I would have liked to. Yes, snack food is very difficult to find, Paul. Especially since, for me, I have this big thing of I don't want to have to buy a food scale and do all the food log stuff to try to get this under control. So it is kind of me being lazy, but it's also, you tell me what I can eat, and out of that, I'll make a diet. Yes, and a bad boyfriend who eats everything in front of me and eats at very bad times of the day and night that don't give me a steady schedule. which
Yep.
apparently is another big problem for diabetics. We really do need to have the schedule right. Hi, Larry.
Hi, kids.
That's the camera.
Hey, Larry.
Hi, kids.
Hello, Larry.
Hey, Kevin.
$50 a pack?
Carter.
A carton, maybe. Well, no. Here it's $12 for a pack. Travis says Larry and his dang Pop-Tarts and Pringles.
And
Hey, do you have
donuts.
any Pringles I can get?
You need to go buy your own Pringles.
Hey.
No, I don't want the container back.
No, I'm saving that for Travis.
Oh.
I gotta get home before the rain hits.
So I
Already
need
downtown
to hop off stream now. Can we give 2 minutes? 2 more minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll tie this up, and I'm gonna hop off stream in 2 minutes, and I'll come back and start up another stream.
Wait, why?
Cause I need to run Larry home.
I was gonna take the bike because I need to go to the chiropractor at the time when you're at your doctor.
You're gonna be soaked and in the rain.
Yes. I have no choice. One of us is going to be on the bike getting soaked. I think it's going to be me. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I have the rain gear.
Well, that's very nice of you.
Patty says they used to have a Pop-Tart drawer at work. It was crazy.
Wait, so why are you starting up an
No,
extreme?
you don't have. She doesn't have.
Well,
to
because you said that you wanted to wrap up soon. And I've said that after I got back with Larry, I would start another stream so that the people who are listening and lurking while doing water changes would have somebody to listen and lurk with.
Well, what time are you going to go till?
I don't know. I'm awake at the moment.
Or what time? Okay, what time are you going to be back at?
I will be back here in. How long does it take? About a half. Oh no, I don't have to go. He says.
No, I'm taking the bike. She doesn't need to get off stream.
So I will be right back though, because I do need to take a 2-minute break.
So I guess I'm hanging out and talking to you people. So you got me all. I was listening in my car. You're getting me all hungry with the sushi talk. I love sushi. She doesn't do fish generally, so. Travis, a midday nap. Oh God. Lucky. I could use that. Jen just yelled, I have to get up early in the morning for me to have a midday nap. I suppose that makes sense. So have our crembenzas and babies been on camera at all?
I've seen the babies in the camera a few times.
Okay, good.
The adults have kind of been hiding and hanging back. But the babies are a little bit more out and about on their own, a little further from the parents now, so.
It's raining trees.
What is the AK? I can't find anything about the AKA. But
See you online.
what?
I told Larry I'd see him online.
Need this?
Yeah, I will need those.
Well, that was very nice of him.
Yes, definitely need the keys in order to use the car. We'll see you online when you get home, honey. You probably didn't hear a word I said. Yes, Poe. I wake up before noon. My problem is I get up at like 9 o'clock in the morning, and he doesn't get up until 2, 3, sometimes 4 or 5 at night.
Good.
Travis says,
Bike radio?
oh, my yellow coat, I believe. Travis says, if I was a Bills fan, I'd have trouble sleeping also. Be safe, Larry. Check the kitchen table.
I don't know what's going on with mystery snails. I got some mystery snails yesterday. I don't like some of them are. I don't know what's going on.
He's looking for the radio for the bike. And I don't know where I put it. Oh, it's right here. I better give it to him. Hold on. Yep. Yes. And yes, he does have the New York accent.
Patty says, I set my alarm for 7:30. Can you imagine? I used to leave the house at that time when I worked in New York.
Well, there's people like me who we burn the candles at both ends and find places for catnaps in the middle.
Understandable. It's quiet sometimes. Or rather, like today, a 4-hour nap.
I do that a lot too. Although I have found that when I go out to my friend's house in Lockport, I sleep more because it's quieter and I'm just more relaxed.
Oh, is that what it is?
There's not so much cars driving by and people playing loud music and
Okay, question. How imperative is it to have a light for the Brian Patrick disc?
I don't know. I don't have one yet. Yeah, I used to get up and be at work by 7 o'clock in the morning every day too. Um, there was a
Okay.
job that I had to leave the house at 6 o'clock in the morning to get there because I had to be there to get the danishes and the pastries iced and set up the bakery before it opened.
Oh, jeez.
Um, I've worked jobs where I've been the opener at a deli and had to do all that pre-cut meat before they opened. So I'm used to an early morning shift. But my ex worked the overnight. So I had to be awake when he was awake too.
Oh, jeez. All right, I'm gonna go take a shower. I'll be back in like 10.
Okay.
Do you want me to leave the phone on, or should I and mute it, or should I call you back?
Um, Either one is fine. As long as it doesn't disconnect the stream, it doesn't matter. So you might want to actually hang up and charge it while you're taking your shower.
It is charging.
Good.
I just started charging it because I realized it was 19%. But it is charging right now. So, I'll be back.
Okay. Okay, GRB, that's good information to know. Oh, yes. I know all about nightmares with having to be at work half an hour to 45 minutes before my shift just to be on time because the buses didn't run the way I needed them to. Thankfully, it did actually have a bus stop right outside my workplace, so that worked out. But I was also fortunate that that particular place had a nice commissary type lunchroom where you could get omelets and fresh fruit salads and waffles and things like that in the mornings. So it wasn't all bad being up that early. I'm glad my days of having to be up that early are over, except for when I take my daughter to the hospital for a surgery. Like this week when I had to have her at the hospital by 5:45 in the morning for a surgery. That's ridiculous, because even they weren't open yet. They want you sitting there and waiting, and it's like, you're not even taking anybody in yet, and they've got to be here this early? Yeah, the after work time it can be a lot of fun. That's why a lot of people find something to do close to work before heading for their evening commute to try to avoid that crunch. I am very happy that I never lived there. I don't know if I could deal with that kind of gridlock. Exactly, you party instead of going home because, well, besides just having fun. The amount of time, I couldn't imagine being stuck with a bunch of people I don't know for that amount of time. But is that for the good or the worse, Patty? Does that just mean that you don't? Does that mean you don't party as much, or you just party in different places now? Well, I might need to come visit you then. I can't wait till they make it legal. Because it is way too hard to get the medical stuff. I don't drink like I used to either, Patty. I'll be lucky if I have maybe 2 glasses of wine a month. And that's if I have somebody to have a glass of wine with. Yes, Travis, you're right. Patty is definitely the party. I actually did a lot more drinking before I was of age than I have since I've been of age. Right around the same time that I found out right around the same time that I turned 21 is within a few months I found out I was pregnant. So I stopped drinking at that point and haven't really gone back to it through the years. Just a little bit of wine here and there. Which unfortunate. I know my sister has had some issues where she's drinking more than she should be or wanted to be, and has had some issues with it. So I'm glad that I didn't go down that route. Yes, stopping mixed drinks does help a lot. You know, I was actually using more within the last 3 or 4 months, but lately I've been more physically active and found that I don't need that as much either. Because I use it for pain management. I can't take the pain medications that they give me. They all make me sick. But I was actually really surprised the other day when I started to run low, and it was like, wait a minute, it's been, and I did the math, and wow, I have really cut back. So hopefully it'll go just as easily with the quitting smoking cigarettes. Yuck. That's the hard one. From the liver or the lungs, Patty? You just need to go for one of those vape bubblers if you're having trouble with the lungs. But then again, if you have a cardiologist who says you can't do it anymore at all, that's going to be no fun. And that's what I'm worried about. Oh, fantastic, Poe. Just noticed a 1/4 inch fry, Mangano and Kenya. Yeah, I was so excited the other day when I came home from my friend's house and found my Rabro crimbensis spitting out like 100 babies out of its mouth, and it was like, ah, we have babies. Oh, good. I'm so happy that you got some fry. I've actually had new crebensis fry this past month. I've had um, Fundalepantrex gardneri and suka fry. The Fundalepantrex gardneri and dairy fry. And my guppies are having fry again too. So I'm really excited. Yeah, I can imagine it would be difficult to take apart the tank every time. And when people say things, about, oh, I want my fish to breed, and I'm going in and I'm catching all the fry and doing all of that, or they're breeding in a tank specific. I always wonder if it's better for them to have some predation, because that way nature has selected which are the slowest and the weakest. And then you just catch the bigger ones and the faster ones and don't have to do the culling on your own. That is so cool. I am so glad you have the guppy and platy fry too. And if you're really lucky, maybe you'll get some Cory fry. Though I know they aren't your favorite out of your fish. What strain of guppies do you keep, Poe? Are they fancy guppies or a specific strain? Okay, GRB, that's good to know. Of course, it's going to be really hard for me to do that with pygmy cories. Well, Poe, as long as you enjoy them, they're as good as they need to be.
All right, why the heck are you talking so much crap about me?
Because we can.
How dare you?
Oh, yeah, that'll definitely have some predation.
Yes, it will.
Hi, Larry. Okay, yes, we'll see you back in a minute or two.
Why? It should be pinned. Is it not?
It may not be. No, it probably isn't because you brought up a few other comments in the middle. So just pin that and you're good.
Well, there we go. It's pinned now. I thought it was before. Wasn't like I didn't want anybody to come up. I just thought I pinned it earlier. I know I put it in chat earlier. I thought I pinned it, but I don't know what's going on with
I think you did, but I think somewhere in the middle you put somebody else's comment in the pinned.
Oh, huh.
So that probably unpinned it.
All right, well, there we go. On the other hand, do I really want Larry to come up, though?
Well, he is going to be helping me to get your things shipped out to you, so you might want to be nice to him at least till after that.
Hi, kids.
Okay, we'll do.
Okay.
Thank you, Kevin.
If you ever do end up sending them out, that is.
Oh, we definitely will. Oh, okay. Your tinfoil Barb has decided that he is a black skirt tetra.
Does his wife know this? So who's here tonight? Hey, Pose. Hey, BRB. Patty!
Yeah, Patty,
Patty.
just stepped out for a minute, though.
Patty, there's a link. You could come up.
Don't hold your breath.
I keep trying.
Don't hold your breath, Larry.
I keep trying.
One of these days, Patty's going to surprise us all, and she's going to say, okay.
Sean, Kevin, I already said hi to you.
Happens. I'm gonna keel over dead.
Oh, wait, we don't want that. Patty, stay away.
Yes, Paul.
Reverse psychology.
Larry is from that area, and he is also Jewish.
Oi.
Okay.
Why, is the New York Bronx accent coming up?
It does.
I ate it all. Sorry, Trevor.
Do you know how to change your logo on StreamYard?
Logo
I think it
or
takes
name?
Icon.
I think it just takes what's on YouTube, doesn't it? Or is there a separate?
I think it's separate because my YouTube logo is different than this one. As of right now.
Then, if you're logged into to StreamYard, there should be settings that you can at the top. You should be able to click on your name, I think, and get the settings.
Yes, and it says broadcasts and destinations. I don't see a way to change my icon.
Patty, I told you I originally came from Yonkers. For some reason, every once in a while, the Bronx accent comes up. I ain't doing it on purpose. Well, most often.
Yeah, sure you aren't.
I am not pronunciating my vocabulary incorrectly, my dear. Yeah, Miss Queens. I have never actually
your accent
lived.
comes out more as you get tired. Oh, hi, Adele.
And when I'm mad.
Why isn't Adele come up on screen at all? I miss seeing her.
You can ask her. Yeah, Patty Pose, I've never actually lived in New York City itself.
Adele says there should be a settings option under the menu.
Yeah, and I go to my account under the normal page.
And it should show your picture. It should show the picture.
When I first log in, it says broadcast, referrals, billing, settings, contact help center, partner resources, log out. When I go to settings, the only two settings that I see are broadcasts and destinations.
Just a sec, let me see.
One of which is very self-explanatory. The other says create broadcasts or...
Oh, I'm sorry, Adele.
Wait, what?
She says, because she's on her way home from the dentist, you don't want to see this. She
Oh,
was rough on me today, and her mouth hurts.
I'm sorry, Adele.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm
But
gonna
Adele
arrest
says,
it.
look in the help section. It'll tell you. Ah, cat.
Hey, cats! Stop hurting my girlfriend.
Oh, it's Rex. It's my own fault.
Ah,
Too much cold might actually hurt more.
hmm.
Maybe just cold from the outside of the mouth. No, I had a pair of pants hanging over the back of the chair that had a string on them. And you know how he is about strings.
Oh my. Yeah.
He is now trying to drag my pants through the house.
Whoops.
Oh,
Not the ones I'm wearing.
well, that's good. Because I'd be worried.
Oh, that might be it. What you need to do is in your studio. It might be listed in your studio.
I'm looking now, and I don't see it.
You just changed yours, Kevin.
What?
Yeah, yours
You
just
managed.
changed to the YouTube one.
Yeah, so it's not in settings and it's nowhere noticeable. When you go to the bottom where your tile is,
Right.
apparently then you can do it.
Oh,
Oh, so you need
You
to
have
have
to
a
go way
live
down
stream?
to where you go remove and add to stream. That person, I can go in and edit my mic only avatar.
Oh.
Edit audio avatar, excuse me.
Huh.
And I just did it right when you mentioned it. Ooh, yum. Ice cream.
Ice
Save
cream?
me some.
Yeah, save us ice cream. What type of ice cream? Chocolate? Vanilla? Coffee? Coffee flavored ice cream. I hate coffee. I love coffee flavored ice cream.
So do I.
butter crunch.
My favorite is the Haagen-Dazs coffee ice cream.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Creme brulee.
Oh,
What?
creme brulee, like the dessert.
I know what a creme brulee is.
There is a
I
our supermarket has a Wegmans has a their brand creme brulee ice cream. Oh,
oh.
Ooh, pancakes with Nutella and vanilla ice cream.
oh, that sounds good.
Ooh.
That sounds really good.
I'm not sure about the vanilla ice cream with the pancakes, but the pancakes with the Nutella sounds really good. If I
I
weren't
like
eating Domino's,
Nutella. I like myself some Nutella crepes.
yeah,
Crepes.
crepe. You
Crepes?
had it right.
Crepes?
Crepe. You had it right first time.
I know, I was teasing.
Yes, creme brulee ice cream is fantastic.
Mm,
I've never tried creme brulee
mm.
ice cream.
It's like a pudding, like a vanilla pudding with a,
Ooh.
but you use a small torch and you burn the top layer. It crystallizes the
I know,
sugar.
so do I.
Wonderful. Mm.
Nutella pastries. Now, see, I've never really used Nutella.
Mm.
What?
I have never used Nutella.
All I can say is what is wrong with you?
By the time Nutella became popular, I was a diabetic.
Oh,
What is wrong with her? Do we have the time to write the list?
I date him.
Hey,
yeah, good point.
Which means
Well,
I don't
they're
get any
curious.
Nutella because he steals all my sweet stuffs.
no, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Ah! Did you just do that tonight?
What?
I am so happy that I left the Pringles at Donald's house.
I looked for them.
I know you did.
Oh, I have a chance to get another case of the Thin Mint. Should I say yes?
Yes.
Okay, I'll let Vicky know.
Oh, that sounds good.
I finally got the photos from the GoPro.
Oh, yeah?
We'll see how the quality is. Yeah, still haven't found my USB adapter, which I'm probably gonna have to buy a new one until I find it. But
I had one.
Oh, I never told you that I
got one right
searched
here.
my entire house over and over and over for that tiny little SD card.
yep,
Oh yeah.
I found 3 adapters, but didn't find the SD card. I finally got frustrated enough to look one last time, and it was in the camera.
yep. I'm not
Yeah, she never took it out of the camera and just thought she had. Yeah, so now I have an extra one because I ordered one because you couldn't find it. Well, it's the last place you look, Adele, because you stop looking. There could be 100 other places, but it's the last place you look because once you found it, you don't usually. I mean, we don't know about Australians. Usually, once you find the item, you stop looking. Australians, I don't know. GRB, do you keep looking after you find it?
Wait, dang. That file is like 3.96 gigabytes. That's
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah, so it's what, about 15 minutes long?
Even 15 minutes. Usually movies are like an hour, and they're not always that long.
Right. It's filmed in a higher definition.
Mm-hmm.
I hope so. I'm
If
hoping
you
that's what it's at. That's what I put it at. I'm hoping.
if you have any type of editing, video editing programs, load it up and then just save it under a different name, and usually it will convert it to a much lesser percentage. It usually be like a 400 meg or something for a 15
Good
minute.
night, Deborah. Thanks for coming in. Please hit
Oh, hi,
the
Dee
like
Dee.
button on the way out.
Sorry, Dee Dee, didn't see you there. Hello, goodbye. Oh, excuse me.
Well, see, of course it's always in the last place you look because once you find it, you stop looking.
I thought we already said that.
I walked away for a moment.
I guess you didn't hear me explain that you stopped looking, so it was the last place.
Correct.
Just said that as well.
Right. But I was asking.
Okay, well, now that we're all on the same page.
Well, I was asking the Australians.
Oh, no, that was earlier, Mary Paige.
I was asking the Australians, do they keep looking for it after they found it? Then it wouldn't be the last place that they looked. GRB says he's constantly looking for something, so it's never-ending issue.
Yeah, I'm with him on that one. And none of you guys have a excuse for losing all your stuff. I always do, because I don't see. I don't know what it is. I know part of it. I don't see very well, and I'm not the most organized, so that helps.
I have an
It's
excuse.
actually number 2, Kevin. It really is the second part of that. The first part, if you were very organized, your vision wouldn't have anything to do with whether or not you could find things. Lunatic French, hello.
Oh, whatever
All
you
right,
do,
how long
don't
have
let
you been
Chewy
waiting
come
back
on.
there, Chewy?
Oops. Hi, Chewy.
Oh, I'm on. Okay.
Roundhouse Aquatics says it's getting to be boomstick season again. Hee 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 hee.
Yeah, pose. That's my excuse.
What was that, Chewy?
Oh,
Yes,
I'm on.
Paul.
So I got a question to ask you people.
We have an answer. Might not be to your question, but we have an answer.
Should tropical wholesalers be naming fish, especially if they come from an area that well-known problems exist?
Should they be naming them?
Yes. I've come across a situation where a synonym of one species is being played on another species, which is basically never done in science.
Hey, Rocky.
You never use a synonym of one species to name another species. And
Yeah,
then,
you wouldn't do
and
that.
then you just find out that species back in 2012 has still got the SP in front of it, meaning that it hasn't been taken in to the database that names the species for good. Whenever you see that SP, it means possible name.
Okay.
Oh.
So they took the name from another species and are giving it to the new species
No, the
instead of making up their own a
has
new
got an entirely
species name?
different name. The wholesaler
Sorry, I didn't
named
hear that
the
last part.
fish
SP what?
after another fish from Madagascar that had that synonym long before this fish was even discovered.
Kevin, the SP before the name means it hasn't been official. It's not
It
an
has to
official
be,
name in the database yet.
it
It's
is,
a suggested.
yes.
Yeah.
But this fish
Oh.
is a completely different species. It was taken out of a different river system. And due to the fact that it carried the name of the trade wholesaler that named it Bleaker Eye, a whole bunch of confusion came down on the hobby.
I can imagine.
So finally, I got an answer.
Oh, excuse me.
The
Yeah.
Bleaker Eye is called Paratilapia sp. fauni, right direct from the co-chairman of the Madagascar Fisheries Department of the IUCN. Now do you see where I'm kind of pissed off at this wholesaler?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should a wholesaler be naming fish?
No. No, of course not.
Oh, big spot, small spot? Spots and coloration can happen in any species. Look at our own species. Look at how many different colors there are. Look at how many different sizes there are. There has to be a scientific database on these kind of things. And wonderful. We did it to a Madagascar fish. And so the polony in the hobby could be a bunch of hybrids for all we know.
Yeah, unless it's crossbred with that original species name, it shouldn't have it
With
in the new name. Yeah.
cinnamon, it means it's the same fish.
Yeah. That's weird. Was he trying to like get more money out of it? Maybe he's trying to sell it
No,
as a
no,
new
it's been
breed.
going on for 12 years.
Oh,
So for 12 years, he's been selling a fish, representing it as a different fish.
The whole industry has.
oh, he named it and it started spreading and
Yes,
became the
it's right
accepted
out
name.
there on Wikipedia, and there's no reference number to guide somebody to go, okay, I'll look it up here. There's no reference number. And that's what threw me off on it right away. If I don't see a reference number, and if I see a fish wholesaler named this fish instead of a ichthyologist,
As Poe said, a scientist should name fish, not some reseller.
yes. I am so pissed at that. Like, I went out there looking for this information for Kenny because I knew taking taxonomy in high school, they would never do that.
Yeah.
I learned it along the way. They would never do that. So if there's two distinct species, then what? And this is what has happened.
Okay, my answer to your question is John Gotti. I did say that it most likely wouldn't be the answer to your question, but that is my answer.
Yeah.
John Gotti.
Yeah.
And 42, but we won't go there.
And do I hire them now or what?
Roundhouse says the finder names it.
No, the finder never names it. It's the person that is in charge of the taxonomy. Leif de Mason did not name his fish.
Yeah, if they have a set type of rule for naming fish, they should keep that rule and not just let somebody random.
Somebody coming into the trade and gets a whole bunch of fish out of Madagascar and has been pumping it into the system. Meanwhile, we're waiting for the official word of the taxonomy department, in which a whole bunch of species are under right now.
Mm.
All of your L numbers and plecos are under that.
GIB, I saw him a couple of years ago with Bad Company. Amazing. It was, at first I was thinking I would only know like one or two songs of Bad Companies. It turns out I knew every single song. I mean, it's amazing just how many like top 10 hits they actually had.
Gee, somebody tried to get me to talk about
Yeah, GRB is saying they listened to a lot of Paul Rogers songs last night. And says that they're amazing.
Yes.
So yes, they would never name a species after a synonym, and that's what threw me onto it. And of course, the only place where I could find out any information on it was Wikipedia saying blah 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 blah, but there was no research number. So a fellow in our fish family knows Dr. Paul Rizal. They go to the same fish club, and he asked about it. He's the one that told Terry and I.
Sean, there are more than enough people who know Latin. We don't need more. Yeah, Rocky's just saying, put an asterisk next to it and just move on. Don't let it go drive you nuts. Take a deep breath.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of pissed about it, you know.
Yeah. I can understand that, right?
Well, and I
Unless it's
understand why, because you can't just decide willy-nilly on your own that, oh, I found this fish, so I'm going to name it this. You
It's,
don't know you're the only person that found that fish.
it's different when you know that it's a developed strain.
You may have found it in its breeding colors,
You can
and
call
it's common to see them out of breeding color.
when it comes to developing an own strain through hybridization or whatever. I don't care what you call the fish. But when you're trying to work with a species maintenance program, which my club had long before CARES existed,
Oh no, Poe.
hear that kind of crap that I've questioned for a few years now, but I'm going, either they're different populations or somebody has made a big mistake.
Is there anything that could be done to change it?
Yes. I put out a video of it with the official word and a link to the reference.
So the powers that be are going to have to look at your link and your video and
They
decide, make the
already
decision.
know. They already know. I
Poe
got
says there's tornado damage in Chicago.
the link through Allison. He goes, you better get on this because like nobody else is around doing it.
Yeah, we're supposed to get high gusting winds tonight and tomorrow.
Yeah.
What I heard from another person is don't be surprised if a lot of your so-called endangered fish are affected by hybrids.
Well, I think what really needs to happen is there needs to be one official source.
The problem is that those people that don't understand those official sources don't use it anyhow. And that's the CARES preservation program that acts as spokespersons between the IUCN and this kind of shit that's happening. Forgive my language.
No, and I can understand why it does upset you, though, because with you being a conservationist and wanting to...
I've been involved in the species maintenance program long before CARES existed. We had our own species maintenance club in the Calgary Aquarium Society. We were one of the first clubs to do it.
And that's why it's so important that the fish identification and naming be correct.
Correct.
Because how else do you know how many of a specific species are there and whether they're endangered?
Well, the thing is Endler's in its wild form is endangered, but there's enough population where hybridization is sort of like, okay, whatever. But it's not the only one. Okay? A lot of the peacock cichlids are affected the same way because a lot of the females look the same. The males look different, but a lot of the females look the same.
Yeah, and I know that with some of the other fish that we keep, I'm not sure if they're fresh or saltwater, and I really don't know the name. But there's one fish that actually changes its sex and its entire appearance depending on what the population of the colony needs. So if you sex it today and it's a juvenile and the colony, it was a male today and the colony needs a female, as it matures, it becomes female. There are a few fish that do that. So, yeah, there's way too many ways of getting it wrong that they really do need to rely on the pure science of it. Roundhouse says, so it's like a frog, kinda. Cool.
Hmm.
GRB says, Starry Night Cichlid. LOL.
GRB says for Monday, Nile perch are all born male and become female as they mature. Oh.
Okay.
Cool. All right, Jen. Do you want to go for 2 more minutes or half an hour?
Oh, if you don't mind going another half hour, we can do a half hour.
Okay. I might be doing other things, but yeah, I don't mind going for another half hour.
Um,
I'm going to be doing both. I'm still here. I'm just doing other things while.
can you give... Oh, there it is. Never mind. Can you, before you wander away from the computer, pin that link that Lunatic Fringe just put up there?
You want me to pin it?
Or put it up on screen?
This one?
Yes.
Done.
Thank you.
Wait, so SP means that it's not official?
It means it's in the plate of the documentation of the Intertaxonomy Society or whatever they call themselves. Okay? It's the proposed name by the scientists that actually did the paperwork on it. It's in
So, what about
atlas that they do every 10 years. Science cannot keep up to the amount of fish species discovered. And we're pushing too many fish species into the hobby that they're overworked, man.
But my question is, what does the SP mean? Does that mean it's not in scientific? It's not.
It's a proposed theme.
It just means it's proposed, scientifically proposed. It's not. It hasn't been official.
And usually the name is after a location point. Where the Paratilapia doesn't exist anymore. Where the Polyni didn't ever exist. It's from a different river system that was pushed into the hobby with the synonym of Paratilapia polyni, which was one of its names along the way. When you see synonym, it's just another name for that species. Do you understand that now?
Yeah, thank you.
But it's even more than just the difference between the names that are accepted in the hobby and their scientific names. This is
Yes.
two scientific names that are being debated.
I don't mind if a trade wholesaler calls it something different than the Pollini, but when they use the same name and the same scientific synonyms, get real.
Yes, that's I can understand why that is the line that needs to not be crossed.
Exactly. I don't care if you call a guppy strain Kevin's guppy strain. But when you're getting fish out of the wild that have got the possibility of being endangered, the Pollini is vulnerable as it is. I don't know the status of the other fish. It's new. It's not even on the CARES list yet.
So yeah, having it associated with that is just asking for people to inappropriately mix them.
Mm-hmm. And so this is why I talked with an aquarist that goes to the same um, 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 club as Dr. Paul Loisel, and he posed the question. And I'm going, so I am right. And he goes, you're partly right. It is its own species, but it's not the bleaker eye. Oh, okay. What is it? Oh, it's yet to be named SP this. And that is the area where they found the fish. Is what its proposed name is supposed to be. I don't know enough about it because there's very, very little information because it's in a big scientific book on page whatever to whatever. I don't have the book. But I was asked if I had it, and I went no. And then my friend got me the information. He goes, something's odd here. He agreed with me, so he went and inquired. I've had Dr. Paul Loisel speak at my club. You know, I had him on my radio show. But my friends goes to the same club as he does. And he helped start Scott from King and Queen's Cichlid Club. So I went, oh, cool. Now we know. Is it too late? How many hybrids do exist? That comes up in that question that I asked for Terry. Terry bred the Pollini. But he goes, I can't tell the difference. But there he is using the name bleaker eye, which is the same synonym. So at best, it was a race population out of another river or a completely new species. But yet, scientifically not named correctly yet. That's why the SP. But the scientist is suggesting for the name.
Well, good luck in getting it fixed.
Well, it's not my problem. It's the world's problems to get fixed.
Yeah.
I'm just bringing them up.
You just noticed it, yeah.
Yep. I'm being the reporter here.
Yeah. You brought it to their attention. At this point, that's all you can do.
Exactly.
Follow up in a couple of months and say, hey, whatever happened to this? Did anybody look into this?
That's
and remind them.
Anyhow. That's what I do anyhow.
Yeah.
Like we got people working on what's going on in West Africa with the West African cichlids. Like so little is known about the fish from Africa. It's unbelievable. We've pillaged the place, but so little is known.
I believe it.
Yeah.
That, and I'm sure there are a lot of South American fish that nobody's ever seen before that someday somebody will find going
Yeah.
down the Amazon or finding a lake or a river they've never seen before.
And although I studied this, I should post another link to this that I would like for people to watch. I cannot get rights on this footage yet, but I want the rights on this footage. You know what I'm saying? But it has to go through the right channels.
Right.
You know, like I'm just not going to take.
But unlike us, you know the right channel, so it's good that
Right.
you're the one that's figured it out.
Right. Well, it involves the London Zoological Society.
Okay.
Okay. And they're the head zoological society that's looking after Madagascar. It's due to the English part of Madagascar, right?
Yeah.
The English and the French kind of pillaged the place for
They share it, yeah.
various different kinds of shenanigans, right? But this is what is called monitoring freshwater species, right? And the link is oops, hold on. Yeah, you kind of heard a little bit of it. Like the Zoological Society put quite a bit of bucks in this. I can understand it, right? But the footage in there is so amazing. You only get to see a few fish in it, though. But the person, I think he's an ichthyologist. I'm not too sure, but he's credited to that society. Is talking about Madagascar, and it's entertaining because it's a foreign speaker, right?
Roundhouse, the problem with completely redoing all the names, then we would have all the previous names that they've been called. We'd have all the street names that they're called.
No, I know.
And now all the new names that they're called.
I know. I'm going through that with cichlids as I've been getting older, and it's kind of hard to keep up to, and that's how come I go to a certain continent. My continent is Africa. Okay, it always has been. I have a tremendous interest in Africa, especially the Congo area. But I understand the Madagascar area. I heard Dr. Paulo Rizal give a complete lecture on not only fish, but lemurs, whatever. And there I am over in Africa studying endangered fish species with Marco from the Italian Cichlid Club.
Roundhouse says, I have a red lizard whiptail cat. It's been known for a long while now. Why is its name still Phrenlorica sp.
Because
1010A?
It hasn't gone completely into the taxonomy circle because a lot of the paperwork hasn't been done on it yet. That's why it's still going Ranicoria species with the L number beside it because they don't know what to name it yet.
Ah.
But they can at least agree that it is some sort of pleco.
Yes, it belongs to that genus. It just hasn't been given a species name yet. Like everybody knew that both of these fish were paratilapia, but you can't name the other fish after the synonym of one fish unless it's the same fish dental wise, etc., etc. Color does not make a fish species.
The problem with that roundhouse is some of these fish have already been in the hobby for 50 years, and it hasn't been straightened out all nice and orderly.
Yeah.
And by the time we get around to straightening it out all nice and orderly, some of these are going to be extinct.
Scientists are really busy with all of this tax. Like it's a 300-page book at least. Go and read the description on page this. And we're only up at Cichlidae. There's many other families out there, and it's alphabetical. Loricariidae is much later after C. Like in 2012, this article went into for the database. No word on it yet through CARES. No word on it yet through the people in charge. And we're talking IUCN members here. Yeah. Like Dr. Paul Loisel is the co-chair of the IUCN for all of Madagascar freshwater fishes. Okay? My favorite fish that comes out of that area is the rainbow fish. The cichlids, a lot of them are too big for me.
Yeah.
And the smaller ones are in real trouble, so no hope. So my hope would be doing the Australian rainbow fish, which is a beautiful fish. Have you ever seen it?
I have, but from what I understand, I haven't seen them at their best coloration, because when you see them in the fish stores, they really aren't at their best.
No, they're not at their best in the fish store. Where they're at their best is with a Madagascar lace plant, with a person that knows how to keep Madagascar fish. That's where they look the best. And I've seen them in aquariums, like public aquariums, and I've seen them with people that specialize in that fish, that were doing it back in the day when it first came into the hobby in the 70s. They were one of the first fish out of Madagascar.
Yeah, unfortunately, there is no easy solution, and definitely no quick solution.
No.
You know, just getting some of these different governmental agencies to allow the scientists in to do what they need to do is a major issue.
The scientists are going through hell right now because of COVID, because of a lot of things, man. Like they had to protect the gorillas over in Africa. Because apparently it's transferable to them.
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm. The news coverage covered that one big time.
I can imagine there's all sorts of issues.
Yep.
So can I.
Yep. Oh, we don't even know half of them.
It was hard enough to go there
My
pre-COVID.
cousin's involved in the orcas, okay? My cousin's a marine biologist too, right? So my cousin is involved in the orca problem off of the west coast.
Oh wow.
He used to look after them when they were in the Vancouver Aquarium.
Cool.
He saw what it did. We should have never have had them
The
in,
orcas, no.
in a public aquarium ever.
They can't survive very long, and
They're not happy. Their dorsal
yeah,
is up high.
yeah, it drops.
It's like they're not happy. They're like, really? Do we have to stay in this pool? Like, and especially now that we know about the orcas around Vancouver, they're the guys that keep away the killer sharks.
Yeah.
The great whites. The great whites don't like orcas, man. Orcas kill great whites. Ours just feeds on salmon. It pulled the bluff. Smart intelligence. We'll just eat salmon. We'll leave man alone. We'll leave the seals alone. We'll eat salmon.
God, I love salmon. It's my favorite fish.
Yeah.
Favorite fish to eat.
Yeah.
Salmon steaks or in sushi. Mm. Mm-mm. You're making me hungry again, and I just ate.
I bet, eh? Nothing like a good fish dinner.
Hmm.
You know that they've introduced the bluegill to Africa, right?
No.
Yeah.
Why?
Oh, food fish.
See if it would spread out.
It's in the Zambezi River. It's in a few other rivers. I have a video of a fisherman from Africa catching them. Yeah. Big. They're gigantic. They grow
Right.
bigger in the river systems over there.
A lot of food, no natural predators. Yeah.
Oh, there's predators. Don't kid yourself. There's lots of crocodiles in the riverways of Africa. You got the Nile. You've got a Madagascar croc that just lives in Madagascar. They're all over. They're all over Africa.
Okay.
Okay. Crocs are like crocs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with the problem. Same with the zoos, giraffes standing around and wagging their heads. Well, it doesn't happen that often. On something for hours on end.
Have you ever heard of the cave crocodiles of Madagascar?
No.
Okay. This is quite entertaining. And the guy who brings it to you was the guy who was a guest on the Monty's Traveling Reptile show that I showed once before. Okay? He's originally from the Calgary Zoo.
Oh.
Yeah. And he does his own program on YouTube.
Cool.
And his company is called O Canada.
Yeah.
Isn't that wonderful?
For Canadians, I assume.
Yeah, yeah.
Are they like the lizard people from the center of the earth? The Sleestak.
There's the link. It's called Great Big Natures. Takes you into the crocodile caves of Acarana. Okay, I forgive my Madagascarian. And that's the show that he looks after on Old Canada channel. Great Big Nature. It's the name of his program.
Yeah, I really don't think in this day and age that we should be having zoos. There's no reason for it now that we have the ability to broadcast from the natural environment on every species of animal that there is. We don't need to keep one
There's more
in
issues
your backyard.
than you think in game reserves, especially in Africa. About 80% of your animals that are on the endangered list are poached out of the game reserves.
Yeah.
The zoos protect part of the stock just in case. And I'm all for that.
Oh, there goes the thunder.
Oh yeah.
Because there have been a lot of successful reintroductions caused by zoo breeding programs. The whooping crane up here in Canada is one.
But for the really large animals like giraffes, you're not giving them the quality of life that they deserve.
Gone are the days of the small little pens. You can see the Africa exhibit in the Calgary Zoo. It's immense.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the cages are gone. They're outside enclosures and inside enclosures. During this winter time, they're brought indoors. During this summertime, they're allowed to romp around and have a good time. Our elephants are part of the endangered elephants that are out there. You can't even keep an African elephant in captivity. It won't let you. They learned that
I
one.
think maybe what it is we just need better maintenance of zoos, and some zoos are not set up properly to take care of the animals the way that you're talking about.
Yeah. And disasters do happen to zoos too.
True.
My zoo went through a flood. You want to know the only things that we lost? Fish.
Wow.
We lost fish because it was
Yeah,
cold.
they're the most temperature intolerant.
Yeah. And plus all of the strange pathogens that would fly by in a flood.
Ugh.
Yeah. Like it was ugly. Like it's on YouTube. Like, and I'm just going like, oh my God, we're going to need Noah's Ark pretty soon.
Well, I hope it doesn't rain that much tonight and tomorrow.
It was a big flood and it's all on the city too, as far as I'm concerned. Somebody held back a lot of water. We'll just put it that way.
Okay, Kevin, what is that? Besides something very messy to eat.
But yes, if you get a chance to watch that crocodile video, do. Because it's funny. In the 80s, I was in the TV studio with that guy. And he was rather old then. Now he's like in his 70s. And hopping around in crocodile infested caves.
You're no spring chicken either now.
I know, I know. I know. But yeah, he used to work for the Calgary Zoological Society.
All righty.
And Jen, to answer your question, it is bulgogi.
Oh, okay.
But I think I'm gonna have to cook it a little bit longer.
Ah.
Yeah, it's amazing once you begin to learn the laws of international trade of animals and all that sort of stuff, and the laws of each country, and yeah.
Oh, Roundhouse, we're old enough to know that we're old.
Well, I am old.
And there comes an age where being old is not a bad thing.
That's right. Hey, I'm not a senior citizen yet.
I am old enough now to be able to get food off the senior citizen parts of menus in some restaurants.
I'm old enough to do that ever since I was 50 years of age.
55 is the youngest I've seen.
I got it at the age of 50 because I'm disabled.
What does that have to do with your age?
Well, I was 50 and they went, "You're disabled. You get your coffee for $1." Okay.
Yeah.
Coffee for $1 every morning. Even if you don't have $1, we'll buy you a coffee. I used to work for McDonald's years ago, right? So
Yeah.
And the same owner, right?
I didn't know they had McDonald's back in Babylonian times.
They did. They did. You know, like the guy who founded it is dead now, and same with Ronald McDonald.
Yeah.
The original Ronald McDonald is dead. And then you got the Hamburglar. You know, it's the man behind that. It's Ronald McDonald.
Roundhouse, my grandmother is 103 and a half and is not doing diapers.
Paul says the aliens are pretending to be duckweed.
That's exactly right, S. Coffee for a loony. In both senses of the world.
Roadhouse says he did a video on how to get rid of duckweed real fast.
Sean, you think an increase in size, or like a megalodon is going to actually come out and start biting ships in half? Yeah, I'm tired.
Yeah, so I'm glad that we were able to figure that out.
Increase in size.
So we're glad about that. It's just getting it out to the hobby is the next part. You know, and that's and it's kind of hard to do because hard to get spokespeople out of carriers. Scott used to be one, but he's out of the hobby now.
Send an article to like national fish or aquarium publications.
The thing is some of the magazines have sort of covered it to a certain extent. It's just that it's not reaching everybody.
No, it's not going to reach everybody.
Exactly.
Not for a long time.
Exactly.
It's got to spread and just go take its time and spread out. As much as you want them to change it immediately, they're not going to.
Because they have pointed this out, but there was no name. It was just location. And so now the scientist has discovered to name it after the location by following the cichlid magazines, right?
Okay.
Okay. But there's still no official word yet. It's getting the SP, whatever the name is, out there so that people realize that it's a different species. At aquarium clubs, it would be easy to do. Here's a picture of what we were calling the blah 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 bleaker eye. It is called this.
I am falling asleep.
I hear you.
I am not going to fight it tonight because I don't want to. Everybody, have a good night.
Good night, Larry.
Stay out of trouble.
Exactly.
That's the hard one.
Come on.
Jen, drive carefully tomorrow.
Okay.
Text me when you're out of your doctor's office.
Stay out of trouble. Drive careful. Anything else?
I love you.
Don't get into too much
I
mischief.
love you too.
So, Kevin, thank you for
Good night, kids.
For letting me up as well. It's getting my time too, so.
Chewy.
And to answer your question, I don't really know what kind of mic and what kind of budget you are talking about for your microphone. And sure, there's lots of free audio places. YouTube even offers free audio. There's musicians here on YouTube that offer free video, free audio.
Thanks, Chewy.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming up and sharing the screen, Chewy.
Yes, thank you for having me up. It will probably be talked about tomorrow on the Aquatic Morning Show. So you got a little bit of head news on it. Okay, Kevin?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem.
It is always fun having you up, so thank you, Chewy.
Oh, yes. It always keeps the conversation going. Roundhouse is saying if you need a mic, go for that one. No, actually, it's not his mic that's the problem. It's his Wi-Fi. Tonight, he just, whatever's going on in his neighborhood is making his audio fade in and out too much. Nice, J-Rock. You got the 55 moved, leveled, and half full. Gotta put in plants and fish and finish filling it. And Chewy is still here hanging out with us. Oh, yes, I remember he had been asking about that. Yeah, he and I talked about finding an outdoor microphone for him a couple of days ago so that he can do more outdoor recording when they go on these trips that they like to take. I don't know, Roundhouse. Why are you typing?
Why is he typing?
Hi. Hello there.
Yo,
How's your night been going?
Okay, Roundhouse. So I do.
I got angel eggs. What's your question? I might have an answer.
I know what you're gonna say, but I don't. Any good mics that are good at noise cancellation, like for sound?
I use software.
Surrounding sound.
NVIDIA makes a piece of software that because of the video card I have, I can run it. And that's the noise cancellation I run on the system.
And
And-
S says just anything that has a windscreen on it.
Yeah, that's what this one. Well, I think that's what you're talking about. I think I know what you're talking about, and that's what this one has. But it's like $30, and it's
For the windscreen?
1/8-inch jack.
Oh, wow, J-Rock. Yeah, that could have been a problem.
For the windscreen or for the mic?
It's a mic with a wind screen.
And it was $30?
Yeah, that's the one I'm using right now.
Oh.
Kevin, what kind of...
Look at your screen. Hold on.
Are you
I gotta
using
go over here.
a phone, a
You see it, Kev?
headset?
Okay.
Basically, any kind of piece of foam that fits over the microphone is a windscreen. Like I have a windscreen like that on my bike helmet's microphone.
Well, yeah, he can't. He doesn't have to put it in this arm. I have it in the arm. It comes with the arm and everything. but the microphone sticks in this thing with like it almost looks like a bracket that's connected with like a hair pull tie thing.
Huh.
I don't know. My ex used to use it, and she put her hair up in a ponytail with like this type of material stuff, and that's what like holds the microphone to the bracket. You can just not put it in there and walk around with it.
Oh, cool.
No, not a bobby pin. It's like a donut shape. It's circle. It's like a elastic rubber band looking thing.
Like a hairnet?
No, not a hair.
Like
Like the very edge of the hairnet that goes around your forehead and stuff, like the elastic band. It's like that, but really small. That they use it for hair.
Not a hairband.
Well,
a hair rubber band, a hair tie. Yes,
okay, yeah.
that's what it looks like.
Okay.
So I did a water change on the tanks upstairs today, and all the babies came out of the guppy grass of the Jamaican llamas.
Oh.
Oh my God. I need a bigger house. I need a bigger tank. I got
You got that many babies?
Oh yeah, I got these on 5/7. It's 6/21. They're not going downstairs until 7/7. I got the 3 males down there already just to get them away from the 4 females that were in this 20-gallon long.
Stop hitting the full screen button, Cat.
And now I have like 50 or so babies along with the 4 parents, and the babies are already like an inch long. The first batch, I have multiple batches already. I'm afraid a 40-gallon breeder is going to be just too small for that colony.
Yeah. J-Rock says, look at a road mic. They have a sock that works really well outside.
Oh, you should get one of those like paparazzi microphones with the little dish on it.
Yeah, that way you could actually tell you if the fish have any gas.
Well, no, he would be like if he would walk to the other side of his room, we would still be able to hear him because it directs it that way.
Oh yeah.
So it's nice for like a long room.
Wait, what's nice for a long room?
You weren't listening to us?
No, I had to step out for a sec.
Oh, I was saying
the road mic suggestion, but I did not hear your suggestion.
Yeah, the microphone with the dish on it, like a paparazzi would use. You put it in the corner of your room, and then no matter where you would walk in the room, it's pretty much covered, because it's amplified to that. So you could be like by your tanks, and you'd still be able to be heard.
But what if I'm vlogging outside?
Then you just look like a crazy person.
What?
Then you just look like a crazy person.
Or you could have lots
Sure.
of fun with it and tell them that you saw a certain celebrity down the road.
Oh yeah, I saw Michael Keaton in town. Or, well, I don't know who like is popular now because I don't watch the crap that they make now. I just remember Michael Keaton from the first Batman.
Oh, that's
The re-
okay,
The
BJ.
real Batman movies.
Yeah, I love it when you hear that people at the sporting game have gotten in trouble because somebody heard what one of the players said down on the sidelines. And it's like, come on, really? You expect these men to play sports and not swear? Can you really hold it against them if somebody in the stadium heard it?
Nope. Ask the shows you watch. You have proven you have no taste.
Oh, now what does us watch?
He's trying to get me to watch this stupid Loki show. And I watched the first 2 episodes and I wanted to literally stab my brain.
Which one? Ragnarok?
No, the TV show. It's called Loki.
Oh, I haven't seen that one at all yet. I do watch the mythology type things, but if it's too campy and or too heavy on just visual effects, I tune out quickly. I do like the Norse mythology and all of that if they do it right and actually hold true to the storylines.
Yeah, it's just it's almost like what they're doing is they're making a dartboard with all different things on each thing, and they're just closing their eyes and throwing a dart. Okay, we're gonna make a new series about this person, and they're gonna be doing this with these people. I don't
Yeah,
know.
that does seem to be an issue that I think we're in general with movies nowadays. They seem to be a lot more plug and play. There's, it's the same old storyline just from a different perspective.
Yeah.
There's no real new ideas coming out other than the sci-fi type stuff that is either way too heavy on the visual effects and has no storyline,
Yeah.
or has so much storyline that it just takes too long to actually get into it.
What you mean, like the end game?
I haven't seen that one.
You haven't seen the end game yet?
Nope.
Wow. Very surprised. Well, I guess
I'm with you. What I've never even heard of the end game.
Marvel's Avengers Endgame.
Oh, that okay, yeah.
Oh,
No, I okay.
never mind. I probably have seen it.
Yes, I have seen it. I did not connect the end game with that movie at without saying marbles or
Yeah, exactly. I hear
Avengers or
Endgame and I'm
something.
thinking sports.
Yeah, same here. I'm like okay, a football. I'm not a sports guy, so I wouldn't even be watching a football movie.
No, I don't watch football. I don't watch sports. I'm talking about in-game Marvel's the Avengers Endgame.
Yeah, I seen it.
Yes, I have seen that.
I watch all the Marvel movies, and I'm like You know, I got all these movies on my hard drive. I'm not impressed. I've watched them once and they just sit there.
Yes, GRB, exactly. You know, you can actually have somebody say, "Oh, you know, this is the new movie out this month," and you watch it, and it's like that's the storyline from there. And okay, wait a minute. The only difference is now we've either injected some ethnicity to it, or we have taken out everything that originally made it something you wanted to watch because we're so PC friendly now.
Well, I can totally sum it up. So you have the first one was A Force Awakens, which is A New Hope redone,
Yes.
and then you have I don't even know what the second one's called, which is An Empire Strikes redone.
Yeah, there's
Nothing.
no original ideas.
And well, no, the sad thing is they had a great idea, they just didn't do it.
Yeah.
They actually a guy named Timothy Zahn, I think his name was, wrote a 3-book series back in the 90s that was a perfect 3-part movie for the 7, 8, 9 movie instead of what they did. I still read those books. Those are the best books. The Thrawn series, Timothy Zahn.
Yeah. Well, and another thing is so few people actually read nowadays either.
Yeah. Kids nowadays, the computer has to read it to them or something. Please. Open a book. Smell the paper. Feel the book. I mean, that's part of the experience right there.
Yes.
I would love to. I can't read it.
Kevin, you are one of the exceptions.
Yeah,
There's
you're an
a
exception.
reason why you can't.
Very true.
I'm talking about in general.
Understood.
You know, my daughter hated reading when she was young. And I finally got her hooked on reading by telling her she wasn't allowed to go see the Harry Potter series unless she read the books first.
I listened to the books. I use read
And
listen.
She read the books, she watched the movies.
I have not watched the movies.
And that's when she figured out why it is that I tell her that the book of anything is going to be better than a movie.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
I wasn't going to bring that up, GRB. But yes, I 100%, 160,000% agree with you.
Yes, that's one of the ones that I don't care for.
And Backwards Fish Room, I've been watching it. I have to say, those are the most gorgeous crebensis I've ever seen.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, they got some babies there.
Yeah. Where are you located? I need to come pick those up. They need a new home.
I'm in Buffalo, New York.
Oh, so I'll swing by there after I go to Chubb's house and steal his rocks and his driftwood.
I actually got these from, they had a virtual auction.
I'll just make a big circle around the country.
Well, technically it was a virtual convention.
Well, yes, virtual convention that included an auction. And I ended up pretty much buying all but one set of the crebenzas that were up for sale that particular.
That's one fish I still want to get. That's like the last fish on my list that I wanted to get.
And when they came in, I have seen crebenzas before that were small and colorful, but when I got these straight out of the bag and they were so deeply colored. It was like, oh my goodness. I really didn't know that they were going to be that pretty.
Yeah, the male's tail is awesome.
Oh, yes. And they are fantastic parents.
Sorry, pardon me. Cough, cough, hack, wheeze.
I can't wait until I get your fish to you, Kevin, so I can have more room for them. Because I actually have another six crebentas on the other 1/3 of this 75-gallon tank. But this pair of them have taken over 2/3 of the tank. So I need to get them to their own tank so that the other ones can have a chance of having some babies. And then I'll really be ready to send you and other people crebentas.
Hey, I had dibs first.
That's who I was talking about as you.
Okay, good. Just making sure.
Yes, you are the first dibs. And I know you want first dibs on the killifish.
Ooh, heck yeah. Killifish, definitely.
But Roundhouse, what fish do you keep again?
Oh, I got humpback limas, Jamaican black belly limas. I got a pair of Everglades, Everglade pygmy sunfish.
Ooh.
That was sent to me on accident. They were supposed to go to T and Aqua. I feel bad because I'm scared to ship them.
Yeah.
I'm scared if I ship them, because I've never shipped before. That's not a fish I want to start shipping, I got angels down in the basement. I got the blue acaras down in the basement. I got green swordtails.
I used to have green swordtails.
Bolivian rams.
Pretty.
Blue Mangano, electric blue Manganos, and the daffodil cichlids.
Oh, how gorgeous. And how many tanks do you have?
Oh, and the barbs. What are they? Five or six band barbs or something like that.
Oh yeah.
I got and then miscellaneous. I got albino bristlenose plecos. A local guy gave me a bunch of them. A royal Farowella cat, a red tail, or the one we were just talking about, the one I mentioned, the red lizard. Yeah, the red lizard whiptail. I just got one of those. I got some Cory cat, the longfin Cory cats that Dan had. And I got a clown killifish, the last one of the batch.
Oh.
I want some clown killifish.
I got them from Aquatic Arts.
Chewy is saying
and they were actually really good. What happened was
club in Australia, but their website does not exist anymore.
When is the AKA convention? I've been trying to find that because I kind of want to go to that one. Prices are too expensive to go to the Chicago Aquashella, but I might go to the AKA.
My nickname in the olden days wasn't Grizzly for the hell of it. But yeah, what happened with me is I had a batch of bad water, and it killed a bunch of fish. That was the last one of the batch that actually survived. It sucked.
Oh,
Eventually, I want to
see.
get more. They were cool little fish.
Well, let me know where you get them from because I want some too.
Aquatic Arts in Indiana, Indianapolis, Indiana. They have a website, aquaticarts.com, I think.
You know, Chewy, for me, when I'm reading a book, whether I enjoy the book or not, I
And
read the whole thing because I understand that to the person who wrote that, it means something. So, for some reason, especially with literature and books, the fact that somebody takes the time to write it down and get it published and do all that, it makes me finish it whether or not it's something that I'm really enjoying. Because I think it's just, for me, it's a message of respect.
one of the best books I ever bought was a repop of Harper's Pictorial Guide to the Civil War.
Yes. Oh my goodness, that is an absolutely fantastic book.
The drawings and pictures depicted in this book are to die for.
Yes,
I mean,
Donald has that
you
book.
really realize how that. I mean, they were literally back in the Stone Age. It seems like literally the pictures are. A guy with a pen would have drawn it out, and it's just like lines and stuff, and he makes the picture out of lines. And depending on how much line it's the darker black or the lighter, gray, kind of grayscale. It's awesome how they did it.
And BJ is saying he loves your beard, and says to wrote and S said that you do have an incredible hair regeneration techniques.
Yep.
Despite consuming a 2 liter of Mountain Dew a day. And BJ says, I guess the Mountain Dew is acting like a stimulant.
Yep.
And
Well,
then
actually, I'm almost done with my second bottle today. I've been bad.
BJ says Grizzly Adams. No, Grizzly Adams is oh, why am I blanking on the name? Rico Stan.
There's actually a reason why I grow my beard out, and it's a really devilish reason.
Why is that?
If I'm out and someone's really pissing me off, I will just start talking like this and talking about my camel who spits.
That is so funny.
Yeah,
I thought you were going to say something like when I'm out somewhere and people are pissing me off, I just twist the beard and think of all the wonderful things that I could do to that person, and they have no idea.
Yeah, but the priceless part is watching their face after I start talking like that. They're like, "Oh my God, what did I just get into?"
Yeah, I can believe it.
There's been a couple times they called the cops on me because I was the back like in 2002 era. Oh my God, a terrorist! It was
Chewy
still funny.
says that the link you have pinned is about most of the upcoming conventions. We missed Aquarium in China in May.
Would we really want to go to China?
Some people would.
Really? Oh, okay. I didn't think they had that much of a business from the U.S. anymore. I don't know.
No, some people actually do travel to China.
Oh, wait,
Ask
no.
Kevin, he's been there.
No, my bad. I'm thinking of the wrong place. I'm thinking North Korea. I'm thinking of the places that take your phone when you get there.
Yeah.
That's North Korea. My bad. It's late, and I've done a couple 420s. Bear with me here.
Only a couple? Oh, I guess I'll
Well,
have to catch up.
I'm doing one right now.
Chewy says the largest aquarium show in the world is in China.
I can imagine
I
that.
And I can well imagine that because from what I understand, a lot of their economy is dependent on fish trade.
That I did not know. All right, Chewy, do you mind posting that again? Because I'm scrolling and I don't see it.
I'm a little teapot.
Short hand stout.
No.
Here is my handle. Here is my spout.
Ooh, those coughs came from my toes.
Okay, so I want to get some clown killies now. And I'm on eBay.
Oh,
I see 30
Okay.
for $12.99. 100 for $23.
That's pretty good pricing.
30 for 13 or $12.99. And they all look like free shipping, but I don't know. I don't know why. I always have issues. I've never bought any fish off of eBay for the exact reason that I don't want. I'm debating right now.
Well,
You just
First
have
off-
to make sure that they're reputable.
first off, if you're buying from eBay, you're 100% guaranteed you have to quarantine them. Bare bottom tank, sponge filter, that's it.
Wait, what?
If you're
If
getting them
they're
from
eggs?
eBay, you definitely have to quarantine them.
Even if they're eggs?
I'm sorry?
Even if they're eggs?
Well, if they're eggs, pretty much, because you'd be growing them out anyway in their own tank. You wouldn't put you wouldn't put the eggs in the tank with other fish in it.
Right.
So technically, it would still be a quarantine tank.
But I'm saying you don't have to start with the separate tank for quarantining and then move them into their permanent tank
True,
if you're starting with eggs.
true. But yeah, I mean, if you get actual live fish, because I get actual live fish. That's what Aquatic Art sells is the live fish. They don't do eggs. But yeah, if you're buying stuff from eBay, I would definitely, do not let that touch any of your setup tanks.
Should we put up the website?
Thanks, Chewy.
Whoa, what? Did I miss something? Why did we go there, GRB? Did I say something? I can't remember what I was just talking about.
We were talking about going to China for
Oh,
that.
okay. That's what that reference. Okay, I'm like that. I was wondering if I meant if I went on a rant on a certain disease. Nothing. Hi, I'm Earth. Have we met?
No, not recently. Yeah, if you jump up 2 above
Yeah,
the
okay, yeah.
last one from Chewy,
Is it really in that province? The fish show? I mean, seriously? Or is that like a joke? Because I mean, if that would be kind of ironic. Or yeah, I think that's the correct word to use. So I did the methane blue in the angel tank earlier
yeah.
because the eggs. Just trying it, seeing if that works.
Hey, you got to try everything you can just to make sure that you've eliminated what you could have done.
Yeah, the honestly, what I should be doing is going through an RO unit for those tanks, but I'm still well water.
Oh, you're on well water.
Yeah,
Yeah, that I can see why you would want to do Pyro then.
I have gotten babies. I've gotten wigglers, but stupid me left because I had a snail and a pleco in the tank,
Ah,
and I didn't even think about it. So after that, I pulled both of those, and now I haven't been able to get a successful batch out of this pair.
Have you switched the tank around?
Nope. It's a bare bottom tank with their breeding cone and a sponge filter.
Wonder if you took them out and put them like in a tote or a different tank.
Well, I'm in or right now I can't do it because wood's so expensive, but I need to get 2x4. I got the brick and everything to set up a 29 gallon. I got the 29 yet. The only problem is I don't have straight wood to support it. So eventually, when that gets set up, they're getting moved over from a 20 high to a 29. And slowly I'll do that with all the pairs. Each pair will get a 29 instead of a 20 high.
Yes, Sean, the issue is knowing what that was.
And what it was the first time was that there were predators in the tank. That's the actual difference, I would assume.
Yeah. I cannot believe that would be the difference of them actually getting to wigglers. That I
well,
just can't accept
actually,
that.
I can believe that it would. Because the fact that there are predators around makes them want to have babies just in case they get eaten.
Oh no, they're laying eggs. It's just the eggs have not been successful now. They've either fungused or they've crystallized or they get eaten or something.
Well, the snail was taking care of the problem with the fungus, probably.
Yeah, that's why I threw methane blue in this time, just to try it.
Another option might be to try using shrimp instead of snails.
See, the problem is I have a mono shrimp, except in the angel tanks because they ate them.
Yeah,
and these were old ones, like they were literally like an inch, 2 inches long. They were like
flower shrimp, one that's gets even big. That's even bigger than an mono.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, Jen, I have a question. Sorry.
And that
Are you
says it might
sorry?
have just been a temperature swing or something.
Yeah. The weird
Yes.
thing is they started laying earlier today. I'm like, hey, wait a minute. Something's not right. Tomorrow's your water change. You usually, if anything, you usually breed after a water change. Why are you laying eggs tonight? And I'm like, I should check the radar.
And did you have a storm coming in?
Oh, hell yeah. We had a hell of a storm come through here.
Yep, that's what it is.
Dude, it was like the finger of God.
Yeah, we had a big thunderstorm earlier, and it's supposed to be even worse tomorrow during the day.
The power was out for about a half hour to an hour. The sirens were going off. Oh, yeah. It was fun here.
Yes, Kevin, you wanted to ask me a question.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
How did you move your assassin snails around to tank to tank?
What was that?
You moved your assassin snails around from tank to tank, didn't you?
Yes.
How?
I picked them up and I moved them.
Yeah, aren't they all over the tank though?
I've only got like 20 of them.
Yeah,
That
and
you
I
can see.
only think I got 3. And I put them in my orange Neocaridina tank yesterday, I'm hoping they won't kill all of the shrimp. But
Yeah,
we'll see.
I dropped like 2 or 3, but you remember what I told you. I'm doing this in tanks that have either got guppies in them, so they're no threat, or if I had predatory fish in the tank, I moved those to a tank that's already had the snails and that I've already used the assassin snails in. I pull out the assassin snails and I put them in the other tank and pull out the predators and put them in the other tank that I just took the snails from.
Understood.
I don't keep them in the tank with the fish that I know will injure them or with the shrimp or other things that they will injure. The only thing they're in there for is to get rid of the trumpet snails and the pond snails.
Yeah, I don't like all the pond snails. So I put them in my 10-gallon orange Neo tank.
Yeah, I keep the assassin snails and the shrimp in the same tank. That hasn't been a problem. For me, at least.
Okay. That's what I'm talking about.
BJ Palmer said the same thing.
Okay, cool. Hey, Jesse.
You know, the only thing I ever worry about is maybe teeny tiny baby shrimp. But the assassin snails, again, they don't want anything but snail. So if they have snails to eat, they're not going to eat your shrimp.
Okay, good. I just don't know how you take them out of each tank and
Hi,
put them in the
Jesse.
net.
Oh,
I
hey,
just
HC
pick them up
Aqua.
by the show.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I have them in my, I put them in my orange Neo tank right now. I have 3 of them. Because apparently the lady who was selling them at the auction made a mistake. And instead of selling the vinegar eel, she sold the assassin snails twice.
Ah. So you still need vinegar eels.
No, I got the vinegar eels, which I don't need because I already have them.
Oh, okay.
But I bid on the assassin snails, and instead of getting the assassin snails, because apparently she duplicated it. She meant to put vinegar eels.
Ah, okay.
But the lady was nice enough to give them to me, or give me like 3 of them. So I do have 3, but
Well, they will breed.
yeah. That's
You do get your money back, right?
What was that?
You said
I
you
said
did get your money back on the
right?
difference?
Yeah. No, that wasn't a problem. I didn't pay until after
Ah,
or when I was getting everything, because it was an auction. It wasn't.
okay.
It was like a silent auction. Although it
Oh,
was in
I'm
this
sorry,
book.
yes. I'd be disappointed too. They had a big storm come through a couple days ago and their quarries didn't spawn.
Hey, Chewy.
Now, I posted something. Only one person responded to me in chat that admits that she watches it.
TikToks? I have never heard of that. No.
Oh, okay, you are about to be educated. Some of
I
this.
can't tell if you're being sarcastic, Jen.
It's too late to learn for
No,
me.
I had read it. I just had not gotten that. I was finishing the one topic before changing.
Okay, I don't know if has anybody heard of the Great Penguin Rescue?
The Great What Rescue?
The Great Penguin Rescue.
Penguin recipe?
Penguin Rescue.
The Great Penguin Rescue. No, I have not.
No, I had not.
Has anybody ever heard of my dear friend Diane DiNapoli, who wrote the book called The Great Penguin Rescue about a big oil spill that happened down
Oh, yes.
in Africa? And she gave a talk on TED's Talk. This is Diane DiNapoli, who worked at the New England Public Aquarium, a friend of Scott Dowd's, who was the founder of Project Piaba, who also, the New England Public Aquarium, is where the Boston Aquarium Society meets. And Diane was on my show a few times talking about penguins, but her favorite animal was the dolphin. She was inspired by Flipper.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Okay. Now, I have another friend of mine. Okay. She is a spokesperson for whales.
Oh, wow.
Okay. And her dad, now get a load of this. Her dad was the bass player of the band Free, Andy Fraser. Of course, I am talking about Hannah Fraser, who is known as Hannah Mermaid. Okay? And she uses that to go and swim with all of these big, big stingrays and endangered animals in our oceans that we can't keep even in public aquariums.
Oh, my.
So when I was offered to interview Andy and his daughter, I said, I'll take the mermaid. The bass players are a dime a dozen. Not every day can you say you know a mermaid.
Yeah. Oh,
And do
my.
you know what mermaid stands for? Servant of the sea.
Oh.
Yes. That's what it means. Servant of the sea.
Wow. Oh, S says that he wants a penguin.
He wants a penguin.
S
Well,
wants a penguin.
here is the talk that Hannah Mermaid gave on TED Talks. And it's very inspirational.
I remember
Also posted.
as a child going to a sporting event and having them let penguins out on the ice.
There's actually 4 of my friends and my cousin who has talked on TED Talks.
HC Aqua says penguins like it when you rub their belly.
You don't ever want to be bitten by a penguin, and they are the noisiest bird I have ever heard in my life.
Oh, I could, yeah. Oh,
Like, they are obnoxiously loud, and you need to have a chiller that keeps the water at 33 degrees all the time, or colder, depending upon the species. The ones at the Calgary Zoo were like 33 degrees. Brrr.
S, that's not true. You have not met my cat. You touch my cat's belly and it's war.
Yeah, you don't want to become very close to a penguin's belly, man. Not unless it knows you. Like, when we had our zoo flood, my show was brought in to do a live show from there. And I got to see the penguin exhibit for the show and got to talk to the person that looked after them. It was an interesting part of when I went there, because I got back to see how big a chiller system they had. Can you imagine keeping water at 33 degrees in the middle of summer? Brr.
Yeah.
Where was this place again?
What? In Calgary. In the Calgary Zoo. You need
That's Canada, right?
yeah.
That's up.
Yeah.
Well,
HC Aqua says he was at a sea life park and the trainer told me to rub
Yeah.
it. So I did. Then he told me it's like fondling it, like sexually. Put my hand back really fast.
Yeah.
sure you did.
Yeah. I yeah, if they're with a keeper, they're okay to some degree. You know which one to like the trainer knows which ones to let the public.
If that happened to me, it would literally have to take a second for that to register. I honestly, I would not believe that.
But it doesn't surprise me that BJ watches that.
Well, if you think about it, if you watch their little mating type
Actually, some
behavior,
of them get big.
the male gets behind the female, so he likes his belly rubbed.
Do you remember when shark's fin soup was a big thing and everybody went against it? It was Hannah Mermaid that started that.
All right, well, I think I'm going to end it in a few minutes.
Okay, Kevin.
You know what
Thank you all for coming.
Yep.
Yeah, I gotta go to the cardiologist tomorrow. Still gotta make that darn list.
So there's some knowledge for you if you want to watch it, right?
Well, I'll definitely be going back through the stream and looking at all those links.
Well, it'll be up for you to do that.
I know we've had a lot of information going out tonight, so it'll be
Yes, we have.
it will be a real treat to actually look through it all.
I'm gonna pop down. Have fun, y'all.
Have a good night.
Night. Bye, everyone.
Bye, everybody. Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Thank you for being up on stream again, Chewy. If you're leaving right now, please hit the thumbs up. And we will be back again tomorrow night on my stream. I started at 11 o'clock Eastern Standard. And I'm going to be holding it late night for everybody because that's what we like to do. So everybody have a great day. Thanks so much for coming in. Kevin,
Thanks, everyone.
good night.
Good night.